Come to order. Before we say the Pledge of Allegiance, members, I do want to thank the Mustang Choir from Kennard Core Knowledge Middle School, Fort Collins, Colorado, guests of Representative Kipp and Basenecker, for sharing the national anthem with us today. Representative Leader, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representative Amabile. Rep. Amabile. Oh, he's looking right over you. Armagost.
That is what you want to say.
Bacon.
Prepare yourself that they might say, what's the special need?
Rep. Bacon.
Because the rule says, upon special needs.
Rep. Bacon's
so
excused. Bird.
That's all you have to say. No hearing, no objection, or anything like that. That's all you
Representative Byrd. Bird's excused. Bockenfeld. Rep. Bockenfeld. Bockenfeld's excused. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. Rep. Catlin's excused. Doherty. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Dixon. Representative Dixon. Dixon's excused. Duran. English. Epps. Representative Epps. Epps is excused. Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Garcia. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Herod. Representative Herod. Herod's excused. Toltorf. Judah. Joseph. Kipp. Leader.
Here.
Lindsay. Lindstead. Representative Lindstead. Lindstead's excused. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow.
Here.
McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz is excused. Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Representative Ricks. Ricks is excused. Charbini. Rep. Charbini. Charbini's excused. Sirota. Rep. Sirota.
Excused.
Snyder. Soper. Story. Representative Story. Story's excused. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Velasco. Representative Velasco.
Excused.
Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here. couldn't get it going. No worries. With 53 present, 12 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So members, this is how it will work today. Because we failed miserably yesterday, they say third time is a charm. To approve the journal with limited debate, we won't have to stay late. So I move that the journal of Tuesday, April 18th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the chief clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, our first order of business today is consideration of memorials. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Memorial 1004.
House Memorial 1004 by Representatives Mabry and DeGree Kennedy, memorializing former Representative Jean Labuda.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of House Memorial 23-1004 and request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our memorial.
Whereas our respected former colleague, Jean Labuda, a past member of the Colorado House of Representatives, departed this life on July 25th, 2022 at the age of 75. And whereas Representative Labuda was born on February 6th, 1947 in Agua Dulce, Texas, to Lillian and Steve Labuda. And whereas Representative Labuda graduated from Henrietta M. King High School in Kingsville, Texas, and went on to attend Texas A&I University, now known as Texas A&M University, Kingsville, graduating in 1968 with a degree in English and political science. And whereas a lifelong enthusiast of traveling and experiencing the world, Representative Labuda volunteered with the Peace Corps after graduating and spent over 2 years as a high school teacher in Liberia in West Africa, during which period she trekked across a southern portion of the Sahara Desert and climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. And whereas Representative Labuda returned to the United States to work and to continue her education, and she met her future husband, Michael Tabor, whom she married in 1977. And whereas after marrying, Representative Labuda moved with her husband to Colorado and earned a Juris Doctor degree from the University of Colorado Boulder in 1989. And soon after, she joined the Colorado Attorney General's office as Assistant Attorney General until 1993. And whereas in Colorado, Representative Labuda also quickly became extensively involved in serving the community through many guiding roles, such as a Girl Scout leader, a member of the Community Advisory Board for the Father Ed Judy House, the board president of the Harvey Park Improvement Association, a Southwest Denver community liaison for the mayor, a member of the Denver Planning Board under 2 mayors, and the president of Denver's chapter of the American Association of University Women. And whereas from 2007 through 2014, Representative Labuda served 4 terms in the State House of Representatives as the state representative for House District 1, representing the citizens of Arapahoe, Denver, and Jefferson counties over the course of her time with the General Assembly. And whereas while serving as a state representative, Representative Labuda was a member of several House committees, including the Finance Committee as Vice Chair, the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee as Vice Chair, the Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee, the Local Government Committee, and the Appropriations Committee, as well as several joint statutory and interim committees, most notably the Committee on Legal Services as both Vice Chair and Chair throughout the years. And whereas Representative Labuda believed in quality public education and health, civic responsibility, empowerment of women and girls, and as someone with a deep and abounding love for the outdoors, environmental policy. To that end, Representative Labuda sponsored bills concerning physical and mental health and medical care, childhood and higher education, public safety, land use, and parks and wilderness protection. And whereas Representative Labuda lived with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS, toward the end of her life, but she will be remembered for the adventures she embarked on in the natural world. Among her many accomplishments, Representative Labuda sailed off the East Coast and in the Caribbean, and she was known for climbing mountains, not only Mount Kilimanjaro, but also the Sierras in Southern California, the Davis Mountains in Western Texas, and even many of Colorado's own 14ers. And whereas, in the words of her family, Representative Labuda was a soul-centered individual, A person with her grit and her positivity always saw the beauty in people everywhere she could. And whereas Representative Labuda was a devoted public servant who will be remembered for her hard work, dedication, and accomplishments. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado that in the death of Jean Labuda, the people of the state of Colorado have lost a dedicated public servant and outstanding citizen, and that we, the members of the Colorado House of Representatives, do hereby extend our deep and heartfelt sympathy to the members of her family and pay tribute to a woman who served her state well and faithfully.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, it's an honor to bring forward this memorial for former Representative Labuda, who represented House District 1 from 2007 to 2015. The district has changed a lot since that time, and Representative Labuda, during her time here, dedicated her work to the environment, individual rights, and opportunities, especially for active military women and girls. Representative Labuda's life was a life of public service and adventure. In her early 20s, inspired by President Kennedy, she joined the Peace Corps as a teacher in Liberia. She trekked the southern Sahara Desert, climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, and back in the United States, she enrolled in a master's program in political science at the University of Texas at Austin, where she met the love of her life, Michael Tabor, who's joining us today. He was running an automotive shop at the time where she took her car for repairs. She traveled extensively to national parks and sailed the East Coast and Caribbean with her husband, Michael. As we heard, she was an avid outdoor woman. She camped and climbed Colorado's 14ers with her family and as a Girl Scout leader. And after teaching in West Africa and her native Texas, she helped Mainers and Coloradans with Social Security benefits. She then earned her law degree at the age of 42 and served in the Colorado Attorney General's office as Denver AAUW president on the Denver Planning Board under Mayors Pena and Webb, and as a community liaison under Mayor Webb before serving 4 terms here in the state legislature. During her time here, her work was largely focused on juvenile criminal justice and family mental health issues, and she was particularly proud of her work to protect the child custody rights of Colorado National Guard troops and military reservists who were deployed for active duty. Representative Labuda is survived by her husband, Michael, and her daughters, Danica and Emily, who are here, and I ask that we recognize them.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I was Representative Labuda's legislative aide in 2011, and I got to see firsthand her passion and commitment for a variety of issues, from victim rights to mental health and juvenile justice and many others. And I just want to tell one brief story that I think paints a little picture of both her sense of humor and her feminism. So in one of her campaigns before I ever met her, she had made an interesting choice with her campaign funds to purchase cardboard cutouts of herself. Lots of them. And there was this picture on a file cabinet in her office of this empty street. It must have been a parade route or something like that, where she had lined them up in the street. And one of the cardboard cutouts was standing there, and she's holding it by the shoulders and poking her own head out to the side of it. Now, you can interpret whether this part is a coincidence or whether it was an inside joke that she never let the rest of us in on. But right below that picture on her file cabinet, there was a magnet that said, "Behind every good woman stands herself."
No.
Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, I would also like to introduce former Representatives Fran Coleman, Beth McCann, Sue Schaefer, Mark Ferrandino, former Speaker Mark Ferrandino, Mike Serbo, Judy Solano, Susan Lontine, Suzanne Williams, Sue Ryden, Ann McGeehan, and Sherilyn Peniston. I was also told to bring the regards of our Lieutenant Governor, Diane Primavera, who wanted to be able to attend the memorial but was not able to make it today.
Thank you, representatives. Welcome back to our former members. Everyone in the body, the motion before us is the adoption of House Memorial 1004. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Valdez. Please close the machine. 57 ayes, 0 no, 8 excused. House Memorial 1004 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to remind folks that we have Representative Labuda's husband, Mike Tabor, and their daughters, Emily and Danica, here today in honor of the memorial of former Representative Labuda.
We will stand in a brief recess so that we may greet our guests and visitors. The House will come back to order. Members, we have a tribute. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we have a tribute, and I would ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our tribute.
The House of Representatives, convened in the 74th General Assembly, hereby honors and celebrates Sheriff Joe Pelley. The Colorado House of Representatives recognizes Sheriff Joe Pelley on his retirement and extends gratitude for his commitment to the safety and welfare of Boulder County. Sheriff Pelley has served Boulder County for the last 20 years with dedication and grace. Among his many accomplishments are the creation of an emergency management center that has educated and assisted managers from around the country and the world. Under his leadership, the management system has been used to respond to 6 catastrophic fires and a major flood, along with numerous other public emergencies. Additionally, Sheriff Pelley is responsible for extensive improvements in the facilities, staffing, and training of his department, and has worked on implementing diversion programs for those in his community struggling with mental health challenges. The Colorado House of Representatives honors Sheriff Joe Pelley and thanks him for all he has done for Boulder County and the state of Colorado. On request of Representatives Judy Amabile, Kyle Brown, Junie Joseph, Jennifer Parenti, and Karen McCormick, given this 19th day of April 2023, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to express my extreme gratitude for all of the work that Sheriff Pelley has done in his 20 years. And I particularly wanted to say, even though we haven't always been on the same side of every issue, we have debated in good faith and with good outcomes in mind. And Sheriff Pelley has been an incredible advocate for people with mental illness, and I deeply appreciate that.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, Sheriff Pelley, I really have admired your ability to connect with people, to speak with us directly. It's been admirable. You have been a steady hand throughout the years. There have been many crises and disasters that have come our way. And I had read somewhere that your favorite saying is calm is contagious. And that has proven to be true time and time again. And you have remained calm when there is chaos around you. And this kind of leadership has really helped our community. We are so grateful for all the years that you have served. We hope that you enjoy your time now traveling, not looking at your phone, and playing golf as much as possible. We thank you so much, and we are happy to present you with a flag that has been flown over our Capitol in honor of your 20 years of service and your retirement. So I'll bring it to you. Thank you very much, everyone. Give our sheriff a round of applause again.
Thank you, Sheriff. Announcements. Members, under House Rule 25I2, the House Judiciary Committee is granted permission to meet starting at 9:30 a.m. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as you just heard and as is printed in the calendar, the House Judiciary will start a bit earlier today. We are in Old State Library, which is the big room across the way. We have one bill on our calendar, that's House Bill 1230. See you there promptly.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Energy and Environment Committee will not meet today, but we will meet tomorrow up on adjournment. I know that's different than our usual time in the Old State Library, which is different than our usual place, to hear 1282, 1281, 186, 16, and 1294.
Thank you. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Education, we are meeting tomorrow at adjournment. So we are listening to 5 bills, House Bill 1291, House Bill 1239, and Senate Bill 202, 007, and 249. And I look forward to seeing you there. Thanks.
Reports of committees of reference, Mr. Schiebel.
Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1222 as amended, 1286 as amended, 1292 as amended, Senate Bill 88 as amended, and Senate Bill 203 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1293 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bills 2, 31, 82, 173 as amended, 179 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 167 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. And Senate Bill 206 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Transportation, Housing, and Local Government. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 166 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 187 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 264.
Message from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without
Message
comment.
from the Reviser will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 9:37 a.m. House Bill 1288, Senate Bill 39, 151, 12, 206, 204, House Bill 1078, 1133, 1240, 1252, Senate Bill 17, 58, and 99.
Seeing no objection, the bills the Majority Leader listed will be heard as special orders at 9:37 a.m. Representative Titone. Seeing no objection, the House will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for a hearing of special orders. Representative Titone will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a bill reading at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and in your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Durant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1288 until the end of the special orders calendar.
All right, House Bill 1288 will be moved to the end of the calendar. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 60 until tomorrow.
All right, Senate Bill 60 will be laid over tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1270 until tomorrow.
All right, House Bill 1270 will also be laid over till tomorrow. All right, Mr. Sheep will please read the title of Senate Bill 39.
Senate Bill 39 by Senator Buckner, also Representative Amabile, concerning measures to reduce family separation caused by a parent's detention and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm here today to introduce to you Senate Bill 39. And
can you move?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And the report.
I'd like to move Senate Bill 39.
And the appropriations report.
And the appropriations report.
Okay, to the appropriations report.
Yeah, and the bill has a small appropriation, and I would ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill, the big idea here is that if children are allowed to connect with their incarcerated parents, they do better. They have less trauma. They we can help avoid generational trauma. And if the parents are allowed to connect with their children, then the parents do better too. So when they leave incarceration, they have a much lower recidivism rate, and their family is more likely to unite, and they're more likely to move from incarceration to a life worth living and to be more successful. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I was in committee on this one, and honestly, I did not know how I was going to feel about this bill. Sometimes I feel like I come down hard on criminals. If you do the crime, you should do the time. But listening, I feel like my heart really changed, and I want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing this bill forward. We heard from a lot of parents whose kids were being ripped away from them because they were incarcerated. And then I heard the statistics that 7% of children in Colorado have a parent who is incarcerated, and I thought, do those children deserve to be taken away from their families because their parents are in jail? And that's essentially what was happening in the state of Colorado. Parents were having their rights revoked because they were incarcerated. And what we were finding is that these kids were going on to commit crimes as well. So it was like the cycle was perpetuating itself. And when I talked to these parents and asked them if they felt accountable for the crimes they had committed and talked to their children about, not wanting this for them, it was so inspiring to hear these parents tell their children that this is not the life that they want, and parent these kids and love on their kids. Because as a parent, all we want to do is be able to hug our kids. All we want to be able to do is love our children. And incarcerated parents are no different. They've made mistakes. They've done the crime. They're doing the time. And I didn't think that this was the right way to go, to just completely strip parents that are incarcerated from their parenting time or time with their children. We heard testimony after testimony, the pipeline of sexual abuse to prison and things that I'd never really heard of, and that hurt people, end up hurting people. And these parents hadn't been loved on, and so they went on to commit crimes because they were victims of crime. And it was just a very inspiring bill. We also heard that Black teens were 3 times more likely to age out of foster care and not have their parents be part of their lives. And testimony after testimony, I just wrote note after note after note. And I think this is a great bill. I think this is a great bill for Colorado. I think this is a great bill for parental rights in Colorado. Sometimes we really think about stripping those rights. And I think that it would be nice if we were all on the same page, that parents know how to parent their children best, and they should never be taken out of the equation. Parental rights are extremely important to me, and parental rights for incarcerated parents are extremely important to me. And I think we should let Colorado know that we are for parents parenting their children, and this is what creates success in our children. So today I will be an aye vote, and I encourage others to be as well. Thank you so much.
Representative Holtworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, I also heard this bill in the Public Health, Behavioral Health, and Human Services Committee. And I will tell you, this is an easy bill to get behind. Representative Amable continues to do yeoman's work in so many spaces and places with respect to trying to help the behavioral and mental health of youth in this particular space. Here's one area that, and in committee, it was pointed out that this has been a program before. I believe City County of Denver had a program like this, but for some reason it was discontinued. I'm not sure why, but there is success. There's demonstrated success in these policies and procedures with respect to reducing child and incarcerated parent separation. That's what this bill does. The one concern I had, for most of the committee, we focused on the mothers and the children. And I understand that. But who was not represented or discussed in any level of detail were the fathers and the children. Now, for my esteemed colleagues and members, we've got to understand something. The nuclear family is usually not one, but two parents. Fathers, and being a good father, teaching kids what it is to be a good young man is important. And if you have an incarcerated father, that child also needs to figure out who that father figure is. That absence causes enormous disruption, particularly to young boys and teenagers. A good father figure, even if a person is incarcerated, can still be a good father figure. Now, we've all heard the saying, if you're going to do the crime, you got to do the time. Okay? That's it. But once you pay society back for your crime and your criminal action, that debt is settled. Those things don't hang over your head. Those are supposed to go by the wayside so you can live your life. I really want to promote in this program, and I'm not sure, it's not really in the context of the bill, but I think it's important to understand as we do this, with respect to parent separation, the fathers need to have equal consideration, in my humble opinion. And I stand up for that, being a father of a fistful of daughters. I know how important that is. My adult daughters now have come back and told me how they've appreciated, as I raised them, my heavy hand and my stern words and the things I did, although at the time was not very fun. And I know this will be a surprise to the chamber, but I was called the fun sucker in life for my teenage daughters because I took all the fun out when they thought they needed to have too much fun. And I wore that with a badge of pride and honor. If they were going to the prom, I'd let the prom date pick them up.
I just
Yes,
swaying
ma'am.
a little bit off of the bill. Could you just get back to that a little bit, please?
Thank you. I tend to do that, Madam Chair. I apologize.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But I'll try to get back to it. But I'll finish my point, and then I'm going to get right back to the bill, and then I'm going to wrap this up. But I would tell these young ladies, your date can come pick you up, but I'll be at the dance to bring you home. What time does it end? I'll be there an hour and a half before that. Now, I didn't usually do that, but I was definitely there, and they knew it. So, the point is, even with respect to incarceration, that father figure is so important. I will tell you that I had an employee that was incarcerated. Attempted murder. I became his father figure. He told me, thank you for what you've done for me. He continues to tell me that because he didn't have a father figure. And somehow we connected in life by the hand of God. And I continue to be that father figure and that role model today to him. It is so important, Madam Chair, that we build the union between a father and a child, and a mother and a child, whether you're in or out of incarceration. You continue to build those bonds so we can rebuild those family units, and we can strengthen those ties so these kids can navigate their way out of incarceration. For that reason, I'll be a very strong supporter of this bill and a very strong supporter of the things that my colleague does. Thank you, and I will be a yes.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, want to just come up and say I appreciate the bill. I appreciate the thought and the consideration that you have taken to this situation, and I, too, am one of those, you do the crime, you pay the time. But until it comes to kids. And you know that I have a soft spot for puppies and kids first. So I do want to just really echo what Representative Bradley has said and Representative Holtorp. Thank you very much, and I am certainly pleased to come up here and say, I like that part. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. So I want to, I don't think it's a bad bill. I like the bill. But I just want to throw some things out for people to think about, because I did vote no in appropriations for this. And here's some of the context behind that is this is something, again, that the state is coming to these entities, these groups, and saying this is the way that it'll be. Now, I like that part. I like what they're saying. I don't necessarily like the fact that we as the state is saying it. Because I think sometimes there's other things involved. When we say, well, this is mandated across the board, we need to make sure that we're not infringing upon the ability of these different institutions to be able to have their system of discipline, of interaction. If we mandate something over the top of that, I think that potentially could be a bad idea. And I don't know that this exactly will do that. Maybe the sponsors can address that. But if we're mandating and saying, okay, now this is going to be a monolithic concept over all institutions for all incarcerated parents, then what happens when that incarcerated parent is not being allowed by the institution to do many things because of who they are inside the institution involving children? And again, I struggle with that a little bit because I'm very much about parental rights. I'm parental rights first, but I also think that sometimes the overarching subject is going to be in conflict with the institution's addressing of that particular parent involved within this subject. And so I think we just need to think about that, and maybe the sponsors can address that at some level.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. I also like the bill. I like the title. I like the idea. All for parents' rights. I think the parental rights in this are being bulldozed over. So this is one area that I'd like to, I'm all in favor of it being bolstered. I just wish we had a little bit more time so we could go over these things and address the concerns and make sure that we have those all addressed. But in this case, I feel like we're going for quantity over quality of legislation instead of discussing them fully and making sure that they're fully vetted. Again, I think it's a great idea. I'm just not 100% sure on the execution, and certainly at the state level, the imposition. Anytime the state gets what I would say is kind of out of its lane and out of its expertise, that I think we need to. I think we just need to be careful. So I'll be a reluctant / regretful no at this point. Maybe something will change my mind in the further discussion, because I really think that parents need to be involved in their kids' lives at all points, including irreversible surgery, but in this as well.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank you for bringing this as well. I worked at the Boys and Girls Club off of Shelton and Fountain in Colorado Springs, and I dealt with a lot of kids that one or maybe both parents were incarcerated. And it was different to see how they interacted with the rest of the kids, even the kids that may only have one parent in the family, and how they look for that adult figure. They look for that mother figure. They look for that father figure. And being able to mentor those kids was an awesome experience for me, but I'm still not mom or dad. The representative from Akron said something I thought was very important. I wasn't in committee, but I think it's important to know that I see how I'm able to affect my daughter's lives by being the strong male figure in their lives. And I think it's really important when we look at these issues. I know, of course, there's that maternal bond with the child, but as a father of girls, I take that very serious. I had some friends that grew up without their fathers, and I will say a lot of my friends that grew up without fathers kind of took the wrong path. So I'd like to stress the importance of what that representative said. I think it's really, really good that we fight to keep not only the mother but the father involved. They need that father figure in life. But once again, hats off. Thank you for what you're trying to do here. Thanks for looking out for the kids. I vowed to you here that I would help what I could with the kids and mental health, and this is a big part of the mental health aspect. So thank you for your hard work, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. I gave you a promotion. So I just want to briefly say the bill does include fathers, and because men are incarcerated at a much higher rate than women, it really is about connecting fathers with their kids. And the bill is about kids. It's about protecting kids and doing the best for kids. And I appreciate all the support from my colleagues across the aisle, and I ask for a yes vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 39? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 39 is adopted. Mr. Sheeple, please read the title of Senate Bill 151.
Senate Bill 151 by Senator Fields, also Representatives Judah and Ortiz, concerning the continuation of the Health Equity Commission and in connection therewith, implement the recommendation contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 151.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a very simple sunset bill. The Health Equity Commission is a commission that serves the Office of Health Equity within Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and the commission simply advises the department on health equity issues. And it was scheduled for a repeal this year, and the bill would continue the commission based on DOR's recommendations. And the commission's overall goal is to align, educate, and build capacity among state and local health programs as well as community-based organizations. So DOR's recommendation to continue the commission is based on the commission's invaluable service to our communities, specifically in achieving health equity for people in underrepresented populations, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in committee, and as the ranking member, I had an issue with the bill language. And I want to explain that this bill had a sunset provision, and in my humble opinion, that sunset provision should continue. Many, many things that the state legislature does has sunset provisions so they can be reviewed, they can be amended, or redirected, or terminated. This is an important part of the responsibility of the state legislature and in turn this House. But when you end the sunset and continuously appropriate, that oversight goes away. It's gone. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't care if it's an ag sunset for agriculture, or in this case, health equity. Those sunsets are important. To review, to analyze, to reconsider the direction of that particular commission. So, I made this statement known with respect to that specific part of the bill. And I'm not inferring anything about the importance of the Health Equity Commission to the bill sponsor. I understand that. I think they have a role. And they should continue with respect to even additional appropriation. But where I am very much against and objectionable to is creating what in this bill, and I'm going to go through it just to make sure that, and it's in the ledge deck here, and this is pursuant to the recommendation of DORA, and I will tell you, DORA isn't right all the time. The Department of Regulatory Agencies, which is a bureaucratic arm of collecting revenue in so many areas, isn't always right. And they need to answer to the people. The people are represented by the representatives in this chamber. So I completely disagree with DORA's recommendation. It says the bill continues the Health Equity Commission indefinitely. I say no. In almost every one of these sunset bills, I'm going to say no. There's a reason why they were set up as a sunset, and there is a reason why they should continue as a sunset. So they have what, ladies and gentlemen? So they have what, esteemed colleagues? Thank you. So they have oversight. They don't run on autopilot and just run wherever they want to run. And then, ladies and gentlemen, through rulemaking within that department, then they can change the size, scope, direction, not the appropriation, but the size, scope, and direction of what their mission is. And then they will, and here's where I'm going to hit the hammer on the 16-penny nail. 5-pound hammer hitting the top of that 16-penny nail right now, if you've ever been in construction and built anything in your life. Then they will negotiate directly with JBC, and it will get buried in an appropriation by the Joint Budget Committee in the long bill. And you will have a hard time finding it. And if you do find it, esteemed colleagues, and have an objection to it, and this is also very important, then you will try to run an amendment. I think I just said then you'll try to run an amendment, and that amendment will not be considered. JBC will stand up here as they always do and say, I ask for a no on this amendment because we've been working so hard since October or November on the department's request to the legislature, and we just say no. Now, thankfully, this year we got more grace, I think, than I've seen in a long time, if ever, from the Joint Budget Committee, because they listened to the voice of the chamber, they listened to the representatives, and they enacted some changes. But it's not always that way. So, I'm going to, at this time, move L001 to Senate Bill 151 and ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, the amendment has been moved and is displayed. Go ahead, Representative Holzer.
Thank you very much. So for my esteemed colleagues and members, I want to make sure everybody understands what this amendment does, so I'm going to do what's called a crosswalk. We do this in the military, and I apologize for all the military terms with respect to this. But if you look at lines 1 and 2 of this amendment, under the re-engrossed version, we're going to strike some language here. And we're going to add 17 parentheses 8 parentheses Roman numeral 7. Page 2 after line 9, we're going to insert the following language. And this is the meat and potatoes right here. This is the meat and potatoes of this amendment. And it says 17A, which is the reference. Under A, the following statutory authorizations for the designated advisory committees will repeal on September 1st, 2026. Now that's just the sunset. That's just the sunset for another 3 years. And most of these sunsets go 3, 5, 6 years. I don't think they ever go more than 10 years, 8 years. It just depends on what that topic is. But I think, sitting on the Public Health Committee, that health equity is so important that we should have a frequent review every 3 years. We might want to make changes to the commission. We want to add people. Recently, we've been adding more members to these commissions. We've been changing the demographic to make sure they're properly represented by important members of that commission. As our demographic in this state changes, we might want to look at that and have the ability to direct that from this chamber. So this amendment truly, ladies and gentlemen, is empowering us. It empowers us to have our hand on the steering wheel. And it just doesn't give it to Dora so they can drive it wherever they want to go. Now under page 2, it's going to strike lines 13 through 15 here. So, and that just takes out the current repeal date, which is part of the bill right now. And then it's going to change that effective date to September 1st, 2026. If you look at lines 9, 10, and 11, which in the bill is line 12, 13, and 14 through 15, parentheses 5, it changes that to September 1st, 2026. Now, the very last part of that, lines 9 or 10 and 11 of my amendment, I think you need to see something here. Prior to the repeal of this section, the Commission is subject to review as provided in sections 2-3-10-1203. That particular statement there is a review that benefits this chamber, that benefits the members of this chamber, that allows for that statutory review. I've only been at the state capitol for 4 years, ladies and gentlemen. But in every case, I think we in this chamber should strengthen of the three-legged stool that is our system of government, judicial, legislative, executive. We should do everything we can in every case to strengthen the leg that is the legislative branch. I see it getting weakened. I see many things as a state legislator to take away legislative authority. Many of the freshmen won't see it because they haven't been around. This is new to you. I was that way in 2020, but it's now 2023 and I've had my eyes wide open every year. I want both Democrat and Republican, all of us collectively in a bipartisan manner, standing up and saying we are going to empower the strength of the legislature because we represent the people. We are closest to the people. It is not the executive branch's job to undermine our authority. It is not some administration or some department through rules that don't directly answer to the people. And that is an issue for me. It's a real issue because we are supposed to be equals in a triad of representation. The governor's not supposed to override what we say and do. His staff is not supposed to come down here and shake this legislative tree till the things they want falls out. The departments, with the assistance of the executive, are not supposed to come down to the legislature and strong-arm us. The Joint Budget Committee, with respect to funding and the power of the purse, is supposed to represent their chambers, represent those caucus members that are in their party, and they're supposed to represent the people. They're not supposed to work for a department. They're not supposed to be a de facto entity that is working for a department or the governor's office. Yeah, the governor proposes a budget. That's his job. But then the legislator says yay or nay, less or more. We tell the executive what can be spent and what cannot be spent. And we are not supposed to be strong-armed, coerced, or intimidated in that role in any way. And that's a fact. That's our system of government. Does that happen in Colorado? That's a subjective answer. I have my own opinion. Madam Chair, I will not share at this time. But I will tell you, the more we weaken our hand, both in the upper chamber and the lower chamber, the more things we give away with respect to oversight, legislative oversight in this chamber, we are doing our own selves a disservice. In every case, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to consider how important our roles are in government, and do not let any other branch of government, nor the executive, nor the governor, nor the governor's office take that away from those that are closest to the people across this great state. For that, I would ask for an aye vote for the Holtorf Amendment L001. Thank you for your attention and time, and I hope that you're listening to what I speak of.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in agreement with this Amendment L001. I sat on this committee as well, and I think anytime, especially in healthcare, we decide to let something continue indefinitely without any transparency, without any accountability, should concern all Coloradans. Continuing the commission indefinitely seems to imply that they're not very confident or optimistic about their ability to achieve health equity. The commission should not be subject to another DORA sunset, or should be subject to another DORA sunset review in 3 to 5 years to determine whether or not the commission is fulfilling its new duties. This is all about equity and serving the underserved, and there should be accountability from a commission to let us know that they're in fact doing that. There should be transparency. There should be accountability. The purpose of the Health Equity Commission is to serve as an advisor to the Office of Health Equity within the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment on issues specifically related to alignment, education, and capacity building for state and local health programs and community-based organizations. The statute creating the Health Equity Commission was amended in 2021, which among other things increased the number of health equity members from 15 to 22. And again, we've increased this commission by 7 members. We need to hold them accountable. We need to understand in smart committee hearings that this commission is actually doing what it should. According to DORA's 2022 Sunset Report, the Health Equity Commission provides a valuable service to the community, specifically achieving health equity for persons in underrepresented populations. For example, the Health Equity Commission makes recommendations to the office and CDPHE and HDC-GP regarding financial support for local and statewide initiatives that address prevention, early detection, needs assessment, and treatment of cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and pulmonary disease in minority populations. Again, we need to make sure that this 22-member commission is doing what they set out. Are they serving the underserved? Are they finding needs in the underserved populations that are being met by this commission? That's the whole responsibility of a commission. It seems very ironic to me that a commission with the express goal of wiping out inequity needs to be continued indefinitely. Does the commission believe that health disparities and inequities will remain indefinitely? If that's the case, then what is the 22-member commission doing? if we can't try to wipe out some of these health inequities in the great state of Colorado. Continuing the commission indefinitely seems to imply that they are not very confident or optimistic about their ability to help achieve health equity. I stand in support of this amendment. I think every 3 to 5 years, we should have an update as legislators recommending what they're doing and letting us know that they are being transparent and accountable to the underserved and minority populations in the state of Colorado. And I would hope that anyone listening, maybe 2 people out there, would vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. In visiting with the bill sponsor, we're talking about the idea, and this is something that I really am so thankful for. Madam Chair and the members of this chamber, I want to tell you something that I'm so thankful to see, and that is where members on both sides of the aisle on second reading can have conversations, can have an open ear, an open mind, and an open heart to the issues that are brought up by the other side. And then with respect to listening and working together, compromise can be found on second reading in this chamber. In years past, for the freshmen that are here, that didn't happen very often. But this session, more than ever, I see this happening, and it's a really, really good thing. We're talking about a sunset, maybe a 5 or 6 year sunset. I think the bill sponsor is working on defining. Okay. All right. So we're going to find compromise here, and I'm very appreciative to the bill sponsor with regard to this, so I'm going to turn this over to somebody else while we work on this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Also want to talk about, again, as a healthcare worker and becoming a legislator, I think that it's important with 65 different districts being represented that we are making sure that the inequity in healthcare is actually being met. The Dora report that is wrapped around this whole bill also stated that recent legislation has added to the duties of the Health Equity Commission, indicating a continued need for its work. So we get that, right? We're all in favor of the work of the Health Equity Commission because we all want the underserved and minority populations being represented. We just want some accountability so that they have to come back to this group and this legislative body and let us know what they're doing and how they're being successful in serving the underserved and the minority populations. If a multiplication of duties warrants the commission's continuation, then it also warrants additional accountability. And this is where this amendment steps in. This amendment tells the Health Equity Commission, made up of 22 people, that we're watching, and we want to know for our districts if they are actually doing what they are set up to do, which is providing for the underserved and the minority populations. We all know that those populations have an increased cardiovascular disease risk. They have increased risks of cancer. They have increased risk of pulmonary disease. They have increased risk of diabetes. And these are the people and the populations that don't have good access to health care. So the whole ability of this commission group is to fulfill those duties. And if they're not being held accountable because we have not put a sunset provision on there, then what good is having a commission that doesn't have to report to anyone? How do we know that they're taking care of the needs of these populations? And these populations are in all of our districts. So this should make us very concerned for the people in our districts that are being underserved as far as health equity goes. We need to put a limit and not let commissions go on indefinitely. Where else in Colorado do we do that? Commissions should be held accountable. Commissions should be held to be transparent. Commissions should do the intent of what they were set out to do. And a health equity commission doesn't get to just go on indefinitely. they have to be held up to the standards of the representatives here in Colorado that set up the commission in the first place. I would really urge an aye vote on this. I think that we have to make sure that we're fulfilling the needs in these communities. And as sunset provision allows in 3 to 5 years for the commission to come back and make sure it's fulfilling the duties that it set out to do. So I'm going to urge an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
I also support this amendment. I think it's good to take a look at these things. I think we need to, a lot of things that we need to do need to be data-driven. We talk about this in the building all the time. I think to take a step back, take a look at this, look at the data, and see how we can make adjustments. I think that's really good governance. I think that's something that, you know, when we have the data in front of us and we're able to say, we've taken a step back, we're able to pull this, we're able to collate it, we're able to move forward and make adjustments on the fly. And I think that, you know, we're all in it for that reason. I think it's a good way to govern, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf? Yeah, Representative Holtorf. Representative Holtorf, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have a new amendment I would like to offer, Madam Chair. I'm going to move L.
Can you move it as a substitute?
Oh, wait, yeah, thank you. Now I'm going to withdraw. Madam Chair, I'd like to withdraw the First Amendment L001.
Okay, Amendment L001 is withdrawn.
Thank you. That's a more efficient way to do it, I believe, than a substitute. So I'm going to offer at this time L002 to Senate Bill 151.
Can you move it, though? You have to move it. Can you move Amendment L002?
I'm going to offer it, then I'm going to move it.
Yeah.
I'm going to move L002 to Senate Bill 151 and ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, thank you. That has been moved and is displayed. Go ahead, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. So what we've done here in working with the bill sponsor and her thoughtful consideration is kept the sunset in place, and it now is going to be in September 1, 2029, which extends that period by double. Thank you.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like my colleague said, with a fistful of daughters, in further discussion with the department as well as our colleagues, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote, and I want to thank the bill sponsor for reaching across the aisle to make us all happy with this bill, so thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. Amendment L002 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 151? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 151 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 151 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 12.
Senate Bill 12 by Senators Winter F. and Hendrickson, also Representatives Catlin and Froelich, concerning the enforcement of safety requirements for interstate motor vehicle carriers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 12 and?
The transportation report and the appropriations report.
And the committee reports.
Okay, let's start with the appropriations report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, the appropriations report is adopted. Representative Froelich to the Transportation, Housing, Local Government report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In the Transportation, Housing, and Local Gov Committee, we added an amendment that pushed out the timeline for implementation at the request of both the motor carriers and CDOT, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the transportation report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the transportation report. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. The transportation report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This bill is a product of the Transportation Legislation Review Committee. It's a bipartisan bill that answers a request from the motor carriers and Colorado State Patrol to bring our safety requirements in line with federal safety requirements, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 12. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, Senate Bill 12 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 206.
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Winter F., also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Sirota, concerning information about radon and residential real property transactions.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Bill 206 and ask for an aye vote.
All right, to the bill.
This bill is about helping people detect radon in their homes by getting information to them at the time of their purchase or lease, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 206? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 206. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 206 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Pelton B., also Representative Puglisi, concerning the correction of a defective date reference to properly reflect the legislative intent that agricultural equipment that is used in any controlled environment agricultural facility be exempt from the property taxation for only 5 years.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so on this one, I'm on the Statutory Revision Committee along with my co-sponsor from Grand Junction, and there was an erroneous date in the statute. It should have been, it was January 2nd, and it should have been January 1st, and so we're just asking for that correction to the erroneous date. Thank you.
All right, I just need you to move the bill.
And that would be great. Thank you. I move Senate Bill 204.
All right, any other further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the words of my colleague, Representative Lindstedt, good bill, vote yes.
All right, any further discussion on Senate Bill 204? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 204. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 204 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1078.
House Bill 1078 by Representative Wilford, also Senator Hansen, concerning the creation of a dependent allowance for individuals receiving unemployment compensation.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1078 and the Business and Labor Committee report as well as the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, let's start with the Appropriations report. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the appropriations hearing yesterday, the committee appropriated $655,000 to the Department of Labor and Employment from the Employment Support Fund to start the implementation process for this program. I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, well, the ayes do have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Business and Labor Committee, I was pleased to present this bill, which would provide a dependent allowance of $35 per week per dependent for a parent or guardian who collects unemployment insurance while they seek their next job opportunity. The bill was amended as a result of CDLE feedback that they needed 3 years to move through their technology modernization process, as well as train staff on processing the dependent allowance claim. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor report. All those in favor say aye.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, well, the ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, today we bring forward for your consideration House Bill 1078, which, as you heard, will provide a dependent allowance of $35 per week per dependent for a parent or guardian who collects unemployment insurance while they seek their next job opportunity. For nearly a century, Colorado's unemployment insurance program has been an important lifeline for workers who use their job through no fault of their own. Not only does money from unemployment insurance help workers and families stay afloat during periods of unemployment, but it also helps our economy and communities stay afloat as well. One of the things that we learned during the pandemic was that our 100-year-old unemployment insurance program doesn't work as well as it could for our modern workforce, which in 2023 includes women with children. There's an inherent inequity in the program when we acknowledge that parents and guardians have to stretch their salaries and their dollars further when they have dependents. And when they lose a job due to no fault of their own, they have to stretch their unemployment insurance benefits, which only cover about 40% of their salary. They have to stretch those dollars even further than workers without dependents. The unemployment insurance benefit on its own is no longer enough for people to pay for basic needs, and when they lose a job and are looking for their next job, that's what the unemployment insurance intent was when it was developed in the 1930s. Today, most Coloradans need more than one full-time job to pay for the basics. Any period of time where they're only getting about 40% or less of their full-time salary just isn't enough. Parents have fixed incomes that you don't drop and you can't drop when you're in between jobs, like childcare, including after-school care, higher health care insurance premiums, and in addition to those expenses, if you're in my house, we have to buy diapers as well as wipes. So periods of unemployment for primary caregivers can drive a family into greater hardship, housing insecurity, and food insecurity without additional help. And I might add that single moms in particular, mothers of color, are hit particularly hard by periods of joblessness as they're more likely to be sole breadwinners for their families. Not only is this an equity issue, but it's a women in the workforce issue. When a single mom loses her job and can't pay for childcare, it's highly unlikely that she will return full-time to the workforce. When we stabilize a household and ensure that women are able to pay for childcare while they look for their next job, we can keep women in the labor force. According to a U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, women in the labor workforce, women in the labor force data book, when we increase women's labor participation by 0.2%, increasing, we can grow our state's economy by 1.5 or $4.4 billion. So again, colleagues, not only is this bill good for families and small businesses, but it's also good for our economy. Members, the bill we bring before you today starts to address the inequity by providing a $35 weekly benefit to unemployed caregivers with dependent children. It's designed to ensure that parents can cover the basics while they are looking for suitable work. The bill is absolutely targeted to ensure that this group of working people is working, and that's it. The bill is not earth-shattering, it's not massive, it's not doing what we really need to do, which is overhaul unemployment insurance, but this is just increasing the benefit for individuals who have dependents and ensuring that their family is stable during a difficult period. We will, with your help today and your yes vote, members, we will be able to make our unemployment insurance program work better for workers across our state.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'll just add a few other little, fun facts. I'm very proud to be able to join the lovely representative from Adams County here on this bill after it already had its committee hearing, and I appreciate being able to join this. I think a couple of things just to note, yes, this can help single parents. Yes, this can help single moms. But this also just helps families in general. I think about, even a two-parent home, if one of those parents loses their job, we know that just providing the basics can be a real struggle. And so this will definitely help Coloradans be able to continue to provide those supports for their kids. And again, those are the basics. Food, clothing, and shelter are already very costly things. So a couple things I just wanted to point out, that this doesn't increase, it does not increase the employer premiums. I think that there is some reason to believe that that will happen for employers. It also is not charged to the individual employer, but it comes from the fund itself. And, you know, we are doing this because states do have the discrepancy to put these types of policies in place locally. The last thing I'll just say, actually, I'm going to leave it there and ask you for an aye vote on House Bill 1078.
Representative Holtorf. Oh, Representative DeGraff, you were there first. Why don't you go? He did raise his hand first, but you were there first, so, okay.
I can't hear you. You got to speak up. So, Madam Chair, and two members of the chamber, there's something here that's concerning to me. As Colorado and the bill sponsor wants to change unemployment compensation. Workers' compensation insurance. Workers' compensation insurance. Workers' compensation insurance fund. In that program, there's no word that says dependent. That is for a worker. An employer pays into a fund to support that worker under certain conditions. What are those conditions, you ask? If they lose their job. For example, if a small business, let's use the COVID era, a small little restaurant or coffee shop goes broke, goes out of business due to unforeseen circumstances. And I'm not going to talk about public policy back then. That's water under the bridge. But they go out of business, and there's 3, 4, or 5 employees that all lose their jobs. Now this insurance fund steps in and helps pay what has been paid in for the workers. Now that worker, man or woman, may have a family. They could be a family that has 10 kids. That shouldn't matter. 1 kid or 10. It's for the worker. How the worker navigates that is the worker's issue. But now with this bill, and this is where I have very strong objection to what this bill is asking Colorado to do now and what this bill is asking the program to do. Now, for every dependent, you've got to pay $35 a week. $175 a week in my case, if my kids were still dependents. Thank God they're all grown up and on their way. Who pays for that? When that unemployment insurance requirement now is going to go up, and I think there's a fiscal note on this. I'm pretty sure there's a fiscal note on this, and I think one of my colleagues is going to come and talk about it. Who's going to pay for that? Well, I know, being a defender of small business, that I know small business is going to ask to pay for that. That additional allowance. Where I'm from, we call it a hickey. Now, for the city slickers in the chamber, it's not the same thing. It doesn't mean the same thing that you might think it means. Just to understand, in rural Colorado, in a country business, We don't want it. We don't need the hickey. We don't need it. We don't want it. We're not asking to have to pay more to workman's compensation insurance funds every month, every payroll period, because we're writing those checks. And it's just another burden on top of another burden on top of another financial burden that we continue to give for the people I represent, rural Colorado businesses. Some people call it death by 1,000 cuts. Just a little cut here, a little cut there, a little cut here. But after a while, there's too many. I don't think people in this chamber understand. I was having that conversation yesterday with a member of the largest national federation supporting businesses and independent businesses in the nation, right behind the Chamber of Commerce. And you know in this chamber their concerns. We've heard them loud and clear. Chambers of Commerce support their small towns and their big towns and their industrial sectors in their cities. We need to listen to them. For those reasons that I've mentioned, and knowing full well if this statute passes the upper and lower chamber and gets signed by the governor, that my premium for workman's compensation insurance will go up, and so will every premium for every business in the state, because they're going to be asked to make up the difference, to keep that fund solvent, as they say. And this isn't even the big issue. The biggest issue I have with respect to the unemployment compensation and this particular bill and the allowance. The biggest issue I have in this state is it's a monopoly. Pinnacle Assurance has a monopoly on unemployment insurance. Unemployment.
It's
Sorry,
unemployment
I'm getting a little
insurance.
off here.
Don't
Let me
get
get
it
back
confused.
to not the unemployment insurance, not the workman's compensation. Thank you for your leadership and getting me straight again. So people are going to have to pay this. Our premiums are going to go up every month, along with everything else. And you've heard me up here talk about 10 to 40% inflationary force on everything we do in business, or more. For fertilizer last year, it was a 300% increase. You want to go farm and buy that fertilizer? That fertilizer bill will scare you. It's scary. The fuel bills we have to pay now to farm scare me. The conversations I have to have with my lender now are nerve-wracking as the expense side goes up. And now with this bill for small business and agricultural businesses, you're going to ask us to have another increase in these insurance premiums for this dependent benefit. I'm sorry. I'm a hard no. I don't think it's right. Post-COVID, we're trying to recover, and you haven't even given us a chance to lick our wounds and heal up. No chance to heal up. Just come right back and run more legislation that gives us another cut or another hickey. I'm a no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. It is a privilege to serve with you.
Privilege to serve with
Okay,
you as well.
so I really appreciate some of the things that the sponsor said, and I think the good intentions of this bill are laudable. Really, the intentions of this bill are to cover. I see this bill as a good faith initiative to cover over the harm that's done by this legislation day after day after day after day. So speaking to the bill sponsors, I wholly agree that keeping the money in the economy even if it's $35 per child, I think per week, then per dependent per week, then, I mean, that's a lot of money that goes into the economy. Now, and so that is definitely a plus side in the economy. Now, the more efficient way to have that money in the economy would be to do something anathema to this body, which would be to leave it in the economy. So if you could leave that money in the economy, what could you do? Well, the sponsor addressed that so many people now need more than one full-time job in order to pay for the basics. So why do they need more than one full-time job to pay for the basics? I mean, we don't think about, well, some of us do. Some of us think about why do they need more than one full-time job for the basics? Well, I looked up Tax Freedom Day, because until Tax Freedom Day, you are limited in you're effectively limited in your choice and action as to what you do with your money, because it all goes to the government. And that's us. That's us. We're the ones that take the money from the people. And let's see, where did it start? 1900, Tax Freedom Day for the overall population was January 22nd, 5.9%. And then what has it done? Let's see, every 10 years.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going with this? Is it to the bill?
It is.
Oh, okay.
It is, because the sponsor brought up the need for having that the bill addresses this money, because we want to keep that money in the economy, which is that $35, which I wholeheartedly agree with, and then that families need more than a full-time job, and that they often lose their job through no fault of their own, which is also true, because it's usually our fault. This body's fault. It's usually this body's fault through regulations, fees, and now the tripling and quadrupling of energy costs, which of course affects food, shelter, clothing, which requires that you need more than one full-time job. And then so what we do is our solution is to provide this. And this is certainly a charitable act, no doubt about it. But it's also a compulsory act, because this $21.7 million has to be extracted from some place. I mean, I know we're in the habit of printing our money, which drives inflation, which drives the devaluation of our currency, which means that we need more than one full-time job in order to pay for those jobs. But that's an ideological bent to make it to where work is your only desire and only need. So we have all of these regulations, fees, and energy costs that continue to go up. The energy costs especially are by this body. We could change that in a heartbeat if we got over our CO2 fetish. So we need to keep the money in the economy. That's what the good sponsor said, and I wholeheartedly agree. We need to make it so that parents, in order to have families that can stay together, it was an excellent case for the nuclear family. I did appreciate the case made by the sponsor for the nuclear family. That was good. We need more than one full-time job for these. And so what is our solution? What is your solution? Excuse me. Your solution is to add $21.7 million to our budget. To our budget. I mean, it's a good intention. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. This is the road crew. Because what happens with every one of these good intentions? $21.7 million here, $21.7 million there. Oh, and what else is it? What else is it guaranteed? That everybody's, that's interesting, that's according to everybody's paycheck. What's different about this $21 million that's different than everybody's paycheck? I mean, except for government. The difference is it's automatically adjusted for inflation. So as the government adds these things, then it automatically adds the burden. And we don't really know what the inflation rate is going to be this year. We like to hear 8 or 9%. Some places say 40% realistically. So we don't know. So as part of supporting, I would say, supporting the position of the bill sponsor, if we look at the income tax, right now, as of 2019, it's 29% overall. 29%. We started off at 5.9%. Then it went down to 5%. And then the government started spending like drunken sailors. The good thing about a drunken sailor, though, is eventually, it's drunken sailor with an ATM card, because we just keep running up the debt. Doesn't matter how much money we have, we just run up the debt. And my apologies to drunken sailors, some of the finest people. So what could we do to help the people of Colorado? Well, to help the people of Colorado, we might consider not spending everything. We could do something crazy, like going back through and cutting our budget. We could go back through, instead of the concerted effort to wipe out Tabor so nobody's in the habit of getting any money, and we know that's a goal. We know that's a goal of the majority, to wipe out Tabor, so it's never seen again. And this is a step towards wiping out Tabor. And the way you wipe out Tabor and the way you wipe out tax refunds is you get people to clamor for that money. This $21.7 million is just wafer thin compared to the billions and billions that we spend. Wafer thin. What could it hurt? And then we'll just keep adding these straws to the camel's back, and then we wonder why that people are losing the jobs through no fault of their own, because how much cheaper is it to send that job overseas? So this is another Send the Jobs Overseas Act. Send the jobs someplace else bill. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is covered under the laws of wishful thinking, and so with the laws of wishful thinking, increasing spending, driving up inflation, devaluing currency, increasing regulatory cost, increasing cost on business. Business is an unlimited pot of money, and they will just continue to take it. They won't leave counties, they won't leave states, they won't go someplace else, because they are an unlimited, bottomless pot of money for this body to reach into. So you could spend less, or you could drive more people out of work with your good intentions. And I'm going to guess, knowing the nature of this body, that we will continue to drive work out. We will continue to make it where families need to work more than 1, more than 1.5, more than 1 point, that they need a continued number of jobs, that we will continue to stress it, that we will continue to keep our energy cost high, driving up the cost of food, shelter, clothing, housing, building. We will continue all the restrictions on our citizens because of compassion. We're so compassionate, we're going to drive them out of work. We're so compassionate, we're going to drive their jobs overseas. We're so compassionate, we're going to make their parents work multiple jobs so that they have no time to spend with their kids. This is one step, one more step in that direction. My suggestion would be to find some place that we can take $21.7 million out of the economy, out of this budget. We're not going to do that. We're just going to add to it. We're just going to add to it. And then we're going to add to it again. Then we're going to add to it again. And then we'll complain that housing costs are going up. We'll complain that energy costs are going up. We'll complain about all of the things that this body sets in motion. And then the only solution will be to take more money. There's a story about the golden goose who the farmer killed to get one more egg. And that's what we're doing. We have this golden goose called the free market. And this body is strangling it, and strangling it. So I'm not opposed to the nature of this. I think 100% we need to get more money into the hands of our families. But this is probably the most inefficient way to do it. If you want to benefit the economy, go back to work and figure out where to cut taxes. 29% now. At 2019, it's higher now. That is a six-fold increase. Sixfold, 600% more. 600% more that the tax and spend majority is continually extracting from the pockets of the citizens of Colorado.
Representative
because they believe they have a
DeGraff.
mandate. Yes, sir. Yes.
Please do not impugn the motives of the party.
Well, okay, I'm confused on that because if I was impugning, I would be speaking to the motives. I don't know why the tax and spend majority is continuing to strangle the economy. I just know that it is. Now, why is a different question. I will not speak to the motive of why the tax and spend majority is continuing to crush our citizens under deeper and deeper legislation, deeper and deeper debt, all in the name of compassion, ironically. I won't speak to why they're doing that. I have my own ideas, but I won't speak to them. But while this bill is a good, warm, fuzzy, makes you feel good, just continues to crush the economy. And that economy is the basis of the job. And that job is what the family needs in order to feed their family. What they don't need is a continual debasement of individual agency by the government having to step in and then and then try to make amends. I won't say it's a handout. What the government is doing is making amends. It's kind of like an apology from the government for saying, we messed up the economy so bad that we have to apologize, and at least we're not doing it, that we have to apologize with this much money per week in order to make amends for what we did. But we're going to take it from you. But our apology is going to come out of your pocket. So if there was an understanding of the economy, if there was, the obvious solution would be to cut the taxes and make the people free at last.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
I really appreciate what the sponsors have done in this bill, in particular on page 5, lines 26 and 27, where the bill is very clear. The division shall not charge employers for the dependent allowance portion of the benefit amount. If that was the end of it, I would be absolutely fine with this bill. But here's the dilemma. On page 3 of the fiscal note, under the header Expanded State Unemployment Benefits, I'll read this to you. Assuming the December 2022 Legislative Council staff forecast and State Demography Office 2022 Colorado population estimates by age, the expansion of unemployment compensation to individuals is expected to result in additional benefits paid from the Unemployment Compensation Fund of $10.7 million in 24-25, a half-year impact, and $21.7 million in fiscal 25-26. If it ended there, I wouldn't have a problem. But now it goes on to say, with amounts in future years, depending on economic conditions as well as population growth. Here's the problem with that statement. That is inasmuch saying the fund cannot absorb these benefits in the years thereafter, which means one of two things. we as a body have to repeal this after that period of time, which I don't know if any of you folks on the business side have ever had to take away an entitlement program from your employees, but taking away an entitlement program is not easy to do and leaves people in a very disgusted state. Or secondly, at that point, this body, we are putting this burden on this body in years 26, 27, with a dilemma that they are going to have to find more funds for this program. And guess where that's going to come from? That's going to come at the expense of us as employers by increasing the rate anywhere from 2 to 4%. We should not be enacting bills that put a burden on future General Assemblies. That is not remotely fair. And again, I will remind you, this comes from the fiscal note where it says, with amounts in the future years depending on economic conditions as well as population growth. So we're fine for the next 2.5 years. We are not fine after that.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unemployment Compensation Fund, what's that for? Unemployment. Who gets unemployment? You have to work and pay into it, and your employer. Large businesses, this is calculated in their plan. Small businesses do the same thing. But from a ratio perspective, it has a much bigger impact on small businesses. And I don't know the numbers of small businesses here in the state of Colorado, but I do know that the Colorado Chamber of Commerce says the number one issue from all businesses, small, medium, and large, is regulation, over-regulation. So here's a bill proposal that says it wants to do something for dependents that has absolutely nothing to do with unemployment insurance and the people that are working paying into it. Has absolutely nothing to do with that business, yet they're going to be required to share that burden. As you just heard from my colleague, we got over a $10 million note, and then the following year, over a $21 million note. And we have no idea what it is after that. The only way we can raise money is via taxes. The last time I checked, I mean, I could be wrong, but I thought we had to take that to the vote to the public. Yet we're proposing in this piece of legislation a benefit to a dependent that's not working. And the person that is working is going to continue to pay. The small business or any business that employs those people is going to continue to pay. So where is the equity in any of that? That we are asking businesses that pay the unemployment insurance to cover something that was never, ever written in the unemployment insurance program. And we haven't even talked about, so far, the fraud that goes on. Now, during the pandemic, we saw extensive fraud that would impact multiple businesses where everyone was filing claims for unemployment. And you know, people that used to do fraud investigations, we're not talking small dollars here. It adds up into the millions upon millions. Then who ends up footing that bill? The taxpayers. The citizens out there on the streets that are working end up footing the bill. And we want to add more regulation,
more benefits, more payouts to something that was never designed to do that. So either we go back and change the entire regulation and purpose of the Unemployment Act, or we stick to it and we do what it says. You work, you get laid off, you get to collect from the insurance that you've paid in there. That's the purpose, just like any other insurance program, health insurance, car insurance. You get in a wreck, your car insurance pays to fix it. You get sick, your health insurance pays to see the doctor. You get unemployed, your unemployment insurance pays you a benefit. Nowhere in there does it say anything about dependents or anyone else. It says a person that works. And there's a lot of fraud that goes on out there, even for people and businesses to do everything right. There are people that file countless claims against those businesses. We've seen it firsthand in ours. You get a phone call from the unemployment office and there's a claim and you're going, who and what is this? Never worked here. But that small business still has to answer. That small business still has to devote time and resources and money to answering the regulation and proving that that person didn't work there. And we want to compound this with dependents. Well, if you're running a fraud ring out there, you're looking at this thing going, woohoo. I have multiple avenues of attack now against businesses that are already overburdened, overregulated, and overtaxed. And now I've got another avenue of attack on them in the guise of, hey, let's help somebody. Well, let's help the economy. Let's help small businesses. Let's get the economy moving. Let's get more small businesses working. Let's reduce the regulation out there. Let's encourage small businesses to work and hire people by reducing the regulations that's on them, not adding more to it, not adding more things for them to answer to, not increasing their overhead and time and resources that they must commit to battling fraud and all these additional claims. Unemployment insurance is pretty simple. When you file it, you've been working, you file your claim, it's pretty straightforward. So how are we going to regulate this now when you have dependents? How's that verified? Who goes through that system? How is it done? There's nothing that talks about that. I mean, aside from the money, we're also talking about next year over 6 FTEs, in a year and a half, over 20 FTEs. For a program that's not designed, wasn't designed, was never considered to do what it's being asked to do. It is called unemployment insurance, and that means you're filing for people that are unemployed because they worked. If you don't work, you don't get unemployment insurance. So why are we hammering businesses with more and more regulation when we keep saying we want the economy to get moving? We definitely need to vote no on this and leave small businesses alone and quit adding to their regulations that's choking them and their ability to survive in this world. Thank you.
Representative Parenti next, and then I'll come to you, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Colleagues, I just wanted to go on the record to share some information from my personal experience and the experience of other people like me, right? So this is not a policy that is unprecedented. This is not a policy that differs from other programs that provide benefits to people who have paid into those programs and are now receiving benefit from them. The VA dependent allowance can include additional money for your dependent parents, your dependent children. It includes additional money for your dependent adult children who are in school, than your dependent children under the age of 18 who are living with you. So I just wanted to make sure that that information was out there, that it was on the record, to share that I believe that this is a very modest and reasonable update to the unemployment disability or the unemployment program that we have here in this state, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Representative Bradley. Okay, Representative Hartzog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, let's address that last issue. Last time I checked, Department of Defense and Department of Veterans Affairs are federal agencies. We're talking about a state function here. That's the first major difference. Second major difference is that you sign an agreement. It exists right now with the Veterans Administration. It exists with the Department of Defense. This issue with the unemployment isn't federal. So to sit here and say, oh, it applies, it does not. That is comparing apples and oranges. I'm a disabled veteran. I know full well how it goes and how my kids get it. So let's talk the truth to this. You're talking about federal agencies compared to state agencies. You're talking about a federal program that's in statute and state ones that have nothing to do with dependents. Still need to vote no on this bill.
All right, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my representative from Douglas County, who is making clear and concise arguments that when we bring federal into a local level, that's not right to the people of Colorado. Don't confuse the two. Douglas County, boy, they have a lot to say about this bill. This bill proposes to pay $35 per week beginning in July 2025 to each child under the age of 18 whose primary caregiver is receiving unemployment insurance benefits. The purpose of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is to support workers who are laid off through no fault of their own. And let's be really clear to the people that are actually listening and care about small businesses. The fund is solely paid by Colorado employers through unemployment insurance premiums. And let's just follow the bill, shall we, over the next couple of years. So anyone wanting to run for office, guess what? You're going to be $23 million in debt for this one, so you might want to think about that. Assuming the December 2022 Legislative Council staff forecast, Colorado population estimates by age, the expansion of unemployment compensation to individuals is expected to result in additional benefits paid from the Unemployment Compensation Fund of $10 million, 10.7 actually. In fiscal year 2024 through 2025, a half-year impact, and $22 million in 2025-2026, with amounts in future years depending on economic conditions as well as population growth. So legislators that want to run in 2025-2026, 22 million reasons I tell you not to do it. The Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund became insolvent in August 2020 of over $1 billion. Sometimes that's just hard to comprehend, right? We can talk about $100, $1,000, but we actually made this insolvent by $1 billion due to thousands of businesses being forced to shut down in response to decisions by state and local government officials during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I will tell you, in Douglas County, we take offense to these shutdowns. 20% of businesses shut down forever, will never come back. We lost 20% of Colorado's small businesses. In Douglas County, restaurants that have been there for decades are gone forever. Dreams, the American dreams of people in Douglas County and all over Colorado are gone forever because of mandates that we imposed on small businesses. And it's like we haven't had enough. We're going to do it again. Workers were laid off through no fault of their own and claimed unemployment benefits, thereby causing the fund to become insolvent. This bill is being proposed less than 1 year after the business community, and let's talk about this, the business community worked relentlessly with the governor and legislators to secure $600 million in funding for the insolvent Insurance Trust Fund. And now we're going to ask the business community that gave that much money that guess what? We got to take from you again. This costly proposal comes at a time when the UITF is not actuarially solvent and hurts the progress of achieving solvency of the fund. This is not rocket science. It's an insolvent fund, and now we're going to put on more restrictions and mandates to employers to cover the insolvent fund. Sponsors and proponents of this bill attempted to include this new program in Senate Bill 234. However, it was rejected due to the significant cost of the program. A study conducted by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment in 2022 on this proposed dependent program determined a deficit to the UITF of $15.4 million to $56 million annually. I mean, if in 2 years we've grown this to almost $24 million, holy cow, I can't even imagine in 10 years where we're going to be. I mean, if you're a small business owner, you might want to consider another form of work. And then let's talk about the fraud, because I got a lot of data on the fraud. Colorado Unemployment Fraud Task Force investigations bring 17 criminal cases in the first year of activity. More case referrals anticipated. Well, yeah. I mean, if we're going to keep adding to it, people are going to continue to be fraudulent. During its first year of operation, the Colorado Unemployment Fraud Task Force has referred 17 criminal cases for prosecution to Colorado's district attorneys, the Attorney General's office, and the U.S. Attorney Office Attorney General Phil Weiser announced today. The total loss in unemployment fraud from these 17 cases, $300,000 lost. Weiser launched the task force last March to address the unprecedented pandemic-related fraud against the state and to investigate and prosecute cases involving suspected identity theft and unemployment fraud. Well, yeah, let's just open it up for more to happen. And let's talk about improper payments. I mean, we could just talk all day. Improper payments are defined as overpayment or underpayment of employee benefits. States with improper payment rates greater than 10% are considered to be out of compliance with federal performance standards. Improper payment compliance has become a national issue as a result of the pandemic. Currently, only 5 states are in compliance with a rate of below 10%. No states are below 8%, and some states have rates at 50% or above. Colorado Department of Labor and Employment improper payment rate in 2021, oh my gosh, this gets better, was 32%. 32%. Though the most recent available data demonstrates that the improper payment rate is trending down. Whoa, thank God. I mean, it only has to go down from there. The improper payment rate decreased to 23% for the 12-month period of April 2021 through March 2022. To date, Colorado Department of Labor and Employment has confirmed 31 million in fraudulent payments made, 679 million confirmed fraudulent payments prevented due to anti-fraud efforts, and 46 million suspected fraudulent benefits recovered through investigative efforts. I bet they can't wait for this bill. I bet they can't wait to have more investigation into this. So what will this bill do to all your small business owners? Because we all have small businesses in our different districts. Employers will pay a solvency surcharge in 2024 and 2025 that costs the average 10-person company $1,400 during that time. Employers are paying the highest possible rate levels since the $600 million did not cover the deficit, and the bill compounds those costs. So we asked our employees, or our employers and our business owners to pay $600 million in funding for the Insolvent and Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and now we're asking them to cover the deficit because it didn't. Legislators, I urge you to stand for small businesses. I watched a bunch of you come down here for a small business resolution, vowing to protect the small businesses in Colorado. This does not do that. This is going to make them close up more shops, and it's not fair to small businesses. I watched you stand up here, say you promote small businesses. So let's put our money where our mouth is. When activism takes the place of policy, Coloradans are in trouble. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. During committee, we heard the concerns of the business community about the solvency surcharge, and we were responsive when we passed an amendment that pushed the date of implementation back to 2026, at which time the fund balance will be approximately $1.7 billion, which is well above where it was pre-pandemic. Additionally, I think it's really important to notice that this bill will not create a new fee for small businesses. It won't increase the premiums that the business community is already paying on unemployment insurance. This bill is simply creating an additional feature to be responsive to our modern workforce. Folks that are applying for unemployment insurance would continue to receive unemployment insurance whether this bill passes or not. But we're trying to be responsive to the fact that parents, and in particular parents and caregivers who have lost a job to no fault of their own, are struggling to make ends meet when they have to stretch their dollars further than a single person who is on unemployment insurance. So let's make sure when we're discussing this particular program in this bill that we focus on facts and not on fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I hear one more time that I'm focused on fear and not facts, I brought facts. If anyone wants to read these articles, here are my facts. I'm not fearful. My small business community is fearful because they just got through the pandemic and you're now going to go after them again. And let me tell you something. There's no way the Colorado Chamber of Commerce would be against this bill if it actually protected small businesses. So stop the lies, please. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor again to serve with you.
Still an honor to serve with you, too.
I just still want to make the statement that the fiscal note right now is clear that they don't know where the funds are going to come from afterward. If the drafters of the fiscal note could say to us, in fact, that this fund will support this for the next at least 5 to 10 years, that's a different situation. But I think it's improper to say that we're misinterpreting something or miscommunicating something, because at present the fiscal note indicates they don't know where precisely the funds are going to come from. And if that's the case, it only can come from one source, and that's businesses. And so I'm all ears if the drafters want to say in a fiscal note that this fund can absorb this for the next at least 5 to 10 years. But if they can't do that, then everything we've said is factual, other than the fact that I appreciate there's an amendment that has pushed this back another 6 months.
Representative Holtorf.
So I'm following the smartest business person in my caucus in his comments. There's some things the chamber needs to be aware of, and there's some things I'd like for the freshman class of the 74th General Assembly to know, because I didn't know this until post-COVID. You see, people think that the unemployment tax trust fund, or that account that warehouses all those funds, is this big pot of money, all businesses pay into it, and it is in the black. And it's sustainable. And the business landscape provides all the necessary funds to manage that program. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the farthest from the truth. We found all this out in what's called discovery during the post-COVID period, when we had millions, tens of millions of dollars of fraud, and we had to talk and review about that fund. Now, something very interesting happened at that time relating to this, and I would tell you that if public policy would have been promulgated differently, a few years ago as I was representing House District 64, and this fund truly was solvent, and we were in the black, and there was a significant amount of money in this fund, that would be a different story. But what the bill sponsor doesn't understand, perhaps, is that fund has had to borrow millions and millions of dollars from the federal government, which is owed by the state of Colorado, to the federal government just to keep this fund solvent. Because business can't do it. And it certainly couldn't do it during the COVID times, and it certainly couldn't do it with $30+ million worth of fraud. Now, if you increase these benefits, or let's say that this bill had passed prior to COVID, imagine the amount of fraud that would have been added on top to the $30+ million. Would have made this account go farther in arrears and upside down. Now, if you don't believe me, you don't have to listen to my words. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce has said the Department of Labor, I believe, to be specific, that managed this unemployment trust fund is $73,159,498 in debt. Now, somehow they have this 33 million federal dollars versus private dollars, which I don't understand. But what was really, for the UITF, what was really surprising to me is the state has had to borrow millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars from the federal government just to keep this thing going. But now we have a bill sponsor that wants to bring more obligations to an upside-down fund. Who does that? Who puts more obligation on something that is not even self-sustaining without borrowing money to keep it going? Well, nobody's really looked at the numbers. And with respect to the earlier comment about, well, it's not going to increase any more obligations to business, how do you know that in 2026? Because I guarantee you the first place they look, the first place people that run legislation like this goes to is the citizens and the businesses and says, pay up. We got another social program. Pay up, because that's what we do. We make you carry the pail of water. You got to bear the burden to keep another social program going. Now, I would agree. Back in the day, a few years ago, if we would have made the UITF solvent with those ARPA dollars, like I said, to the governor, yeah, Governor, I hope your office is listening, because I said it. I said, take that money and make para solvent and make the UITF solvent and in the black. Settle those right now. But no, we couldn't do that because we had a lot of other priorities. If we had this account solvent right now, the UITF, and we had a surplus in this account for these obligations to the bill sponsor, and it was tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, and we weren't borrowing one plug nickel from the federal government. Not one plug nickel, because we're taking care of ourselves in Colorado. Thanks to ARPA dollars in this case, is the only way we could have done it, because you can't wash away that much debt. It's too much. Unless you set your priorities, Governor. Unless you set your priorities to take care of this. But now here we are with this bill, asking for more social programs on the back of the UITF, which is already upside down, near 80 million. And the business landscape can't support it. So what do we do, Colorado, when we're upside down? We go back to the federal trough and ask for more money? Which, oh, by the way, is on the big credit card in the SPY. The big federal credit card in the sky is called the federal debt at 37, 41 trillion now. My goodness, who knows? Who knows what it is? But it only gets bigger when we put more obligations and transfer more obligations that the state can't handle because we continue to kick small business around and do more things to hurt small businesses. Now, you might argue, it's only a 2 or 4% increase. What's your problem, Representative Holtorf? Why do you act like such a growly old cuss up here? Well, Madam Speaker, I will tell you, Madam Chair, I will tell you, because I've watched this show for 4 years. I've got constituents that are getting weary and tired of it. They ask me, when's it going to end? When are you going to quit taking? Where are you going to quit spending more? Finding more money, more ways to spend money. Does it ever end, Colorado? Does it ever end, my colleagues in this chamber? Or do we just look for more programs to burden more businesses with more obligations? Well, I will tell you, Colorado, it may never end if we keep going down this trail. Maybe we ought to change directions. Maybe we should look at a new direction for Colorado that doesn't do this type of public policy in a situation, a fiscal situation for the UITF that is still upside down today. You know, here's the difference between the federal government and the UITF and small business. In very few instances in small business is there somebody to bail you out. You either make it or break it. And if you break it, you're a bust. If you're a bust, you're one of those 20 to 30% that goes broke, and then you got to deal with that. You want to talk about emotional drama? You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about mental health? You want to talk about decreasing suicide rates in Colorado? Well, how about if we help small business so they don't have to worry about going upside down and going broke and having to deal with that by adding more obligations onto business? I'm passionate about this, Madam Chair. I am passionate about standing up and defending small business. And when we had that resolution, I just looked and said, wow, I hope we're really behind them. I hope everybody that's there standing behind small business really means it. And it's not just a show. Just not a feel-good show for today. Because when it's time to put your money where your mouth is, or it's time to put the amendments on the bill, or it's time to really get behind small business because you know legislation is going to hurt them incrementally, that you say, no, we're not doing that. Now, I don't know. When the Chamber of Commerce speaks up, this country boy listens. In my hometown and those chambers in my district, I listen. I listen very closely because I know they are the voice of small business. They are the voice of Main Street America, and they're the ones that are on the front lines trying to make sure their businesses on their main streets stay open. But when you turn your head, when you look away, when you wave them off, and you don't want to listen because you got some special program that you're wanting to promote, Madam Chair, I think you should really strongly reconsider the way you promulgate public policy, not only in the state of Colorado, but in the United States of America. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit shorter than my colleague from Akron. I'm up speaking on this piece of legislation in opposition. I am speaking in opposition on behalf of the Castle Rock Chamber of Commerce, the Douglas County Business Alliance, the Colorado Chamber of Commerce, every chamber of commerce in this state. Because you see, chambers of commerce are organizations that are made up of who? Business owners. Those business owners and entrepreneurs who promote the interests of their business community. They do their civic duty. They provide jobs and funding for their communities. They provide education. They're very important to the structure of our society. And so when these folks stand up and raise their hand and say, hey, we have a problem with this. This is very concerning to us. We in this chamber need to listen. I am very concerned about the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. And unfortunately, we have heard over and over and over again over the last few minutes that everything's okay. It's all good. No problem, nothing to look at here. But the reality is very different. The Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is in trouble. As has been previously described, the purpose of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, the whole reason it exists is to support workers who have been laid off. It is not created, it is not funded by unicorns or pixies or fairies. It is funded by Colorado employers who pay in unemployment insurance premiums. So again, employers, businesses, it doesn't fund itself. During the pandemic, we had thousands and thousands and thousands of businesses that shut down and were not paying into this fund. We also had hundreds of thousands of fraudulent claims that were paid out. You've heard this from my colleagues. I don't know about you, but I think $1 billion is kind of a lot of money. It's more money than I'll ever see, for sure. But the fact that this fund became insolvent and is still to this day insolvent, it is currently about $103 million underwater. This bill is coming less than a year. We tried to solve some of this problem last year in this chamber. I wasn't here. But the business community worked with the governor and this body to secure $600 million in funding. But that left a lot still that had to be dealt with. this bill, this costly bill, hurts the progress of achieving solvency. The Colorado Department of Labor and Employment is still borrowing money to get this fund to solvency. That's that $103 million. When the fiscal note was studied for this particular bill, and if you look at the fiscal note, it starts off a little with lower expenditures. But it doesn't actually come near. The reality is nobody really knows what $35 per child per week looks like. What does that look like? Do we know how many children are going to be impacted by this? Do we know how many families in this employment market that we have today, where we have very low unemployment, do we know how many people would be utilizing this today? Do we know 5 years from now? So they provided a range when they studied the fiscal impact of this. And it was somewhere between $15.4 and $56 million a year. The fiscal note does not reflect that range. It reflects the low end of the range. Because nobody knows. I think that the fiscal note on this bill is really important. And it should be really important to every one of us here in this chamber. But the other piece of it is we need to understand that you simply can't predict. If this country goes into a recession, there will be greater unemployment. And I would like to reiterate what my good colleague from Grand Junction said, is that he read from the fiscal note that amounts in future years, depending on economic conditions as well as population growth, are uncertain and would be covered by businesses. I don't know how else that would be done. And so that gives you pause. It makes you think, well, what does this trust fund look like? What's the plan? Well, the plan is to pay off, get it back to being solvent. But the numbers that I was given by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment said that this fund is not going to be solvent until 2029 or 2030. Friends, that's 7 years from now. But hey, it's only money, right? It only affects our businesses. I actually got a copy of last year's Colorado Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund status report, dated 2022. It has to be published by August 31st every year. That's good. So it's an annual publication. We haven't received the update this year. But it talks about the outlook. And it says, and pardon me for reading, because that's not normally my jam, but it says, while Colorado and U.S. labor markets are returning to pre-pandemic levels, the economy may face significant headwinds due to the recent rise in inflation. Current year-over-year changes in the Consumer Price Index are the highest in 40 years, driven mainly by steep increases in energy, shelter, and food costs. All right, well, we've all seen that. We've talked about making Colorado more affordable. Our great governor stood up here at the beginning of session and talked about his chief priority, making Colorado more affordable. I heard it. Did you all hear it? Raise your hand if you did. Give me an amen. Because we need to make Colorado more affordable. This is not doing that. This paragraph goes on. In response to rising costs, the Federal Reserve, who sets U.S. monetary policy, has aggressively moved interest rates higher in order to make the cost of borrowing more expensive. Hello? Anybody tried to buy a house recently? Car? Anybody? So the upshot of making the cost of borrowing more expensive, this article, or this publication continues, which subsequently will reduce the demand for goods and services and cool an overheated economy. Historically, it has been difficult for the Federal Reserve to substantially raise interest rates without causing an eventual, what? Let's hear it, recession and downturn in labor market activity. That sounds like we might have more unemployment to me, based on this very good publication from the Department of Labor and Employment. This publication goes on to talk about the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, the health of it. So it goes on to say, while the trust fund balance is anticipated to range between $1.6 and $2.7 billion by the end of 2027, under continuing conditions of economic growth, it's important to also consider what may happen to the fund if the economy contracts again. To this end, the department models various recession scenarios that serve as stress tests to the fund and show the extent of its vulnerability to economic downturns. Then it provides several scenarios. Under the moderate mid-2023 recession scenario, the fund experiences brief periods of insolvency that would require small levels of borrowing, around $100 million, in order to continue paying benefits. Well, that sounds to me like they might not be able to pay benefits if things got really bad, but that's just me. The fund would be intermittently solvent through mid-2025, and employers would remain on either the deficit or 0 to 0.004 rate schedules until 2027. Additionally, the solvency surcharge would be in effect from 2024 to 2027. The severe forecast leads to extended periods of insolvency for the fund, requiring substantial amounts of borrowing that would peak around, yikes, $750 million by early 2025. So with that information in our back pockets or in front of us, I move for Amendment L016 be moved to House Bill 1078 and properly displayed.
That amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is a very simple amendment. It amends the bill on page 2 and does a strike below below line 1. I brought this rather dramatic amendment to you today because, as well-intentioned as this bill may be, it is a very bad bill for the health of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. It is a very bad bill for business in Colorado. It's bad for the workers who depend on those businesses for their jobs. And this bill, ladies and gentlemen, is bad for the state of Colorado.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. Oh, Bottoms. To the amendment.
Yes, thank you. So I do support this amendment, and the reason, everybody's kind of taken all the things I want to say, but I do want to make sure that we understand why I believe this amendment is so important. Every single one of us, in every single one of our districts, we have one thing basically in common. I think our districts are very different across the whole state. I think our counties are different, all these things. But we have one thing that is pretty consistent across all of our districts, and that is small business. This bill will cripple, if not take out, most of the remaining small businesses that are left after the crippling state control of the pandemic. So what happens with this is our small businesses can't keep up with this. We're now giving unemployment to people that haven't worked. This will cripple our businesses. And I did want to mention in here, I don't usually go over the fiscal note. That's usually somebody else's thing. But I do want to look at this. It does start out small, I guess, if you can...
Rep. Bottoms, are you relating this to the amendment?
Yeah, the amendment strikes the whole bill, so I think so. The amendment is the bill.
Okay.
So the fiscal note starts out at almost 700,000, then the next year jumps all the way to 11 million, and that includes 6.5 FTEs. Then the third year jumps to $23 million. This is, I just think this amendment will give many people in this chamber the opportunity to say, let's not do that. And I don't think this is like Republican against Democrat thinking. I really don't. In fact, I think if you talk to the governor, I think he would agree. This is going to give you an opportunity to have an out here that says, I can't do that. I can't cripple all these businesses, put them out of business potentially, and spend $23, $34, almost $35 million in the process. I can't do that. And then on top of that, shut down a lot of businesses. So I strongly urge a yes on the amendment just based upon that. This gives you that back door you need that says I can't support this. This is going to, these kind of bills, I don't know if this one alone will do it, but there's a handful of these that your constituents in every district, Republican or Democrat, your constituents will say enough's enough, let's look for somebody else to sit in that seat. And this gives you the opportunity to say, I would like to be reelected.
That's not particularly loving, so let's move on.
I didn't hear you. What?
Let's avoid sort of the whole election consequences, you will be punished theme, and just talk about the merits of the bill, or the not merits of the bill.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for reiterating what I said. I would like to make sure that we understand this is your opportunity to get out from underneath this, and so I strongly support this amendment. This bill is, you don't want this hanging around your neck. Let's move on from this.
Great. Okay. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with regards to this amendment, members, we are going to be asking for a no vote, as this strikes the enacting clause and would basically get rid of the entire bill. And I will just say that, look, we are trying to make sure that Coloradans are not left behind. that dependents are not left behind. This bill will not create new claimants. The process to qualify and access unemployment insurance remains the same. If they have dependents, then they qualify for a dependent allowance, and it will be upon the department to determine how that qualification is made. Again, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've done a lot of talking today. I'm just going to sum it up. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce is against this bill. They are the organization that supports small businesses. If they like the bill, they would be in favor of it. They don't like the bill. The Douglas County Business Alliance that protects all small businesses in Douglas County is strongly opposed to this bill as well. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Let's protect our small businesses and all of our districts. Thank you.
Representative, should we go alphabetical? Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know alphabetical C. I still win. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. As was stated earlier, the purpose of state unemployment insurance is for the unemployed. If that's not what we're doing here for the person who's unemployed, then we shouldn't be doing this at all. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote on this amendment. This type of legislation, as the bill sponsors want to leave nobody behind, creates a benefit that has never existed in this state, that has never even been a part of this program, ever. Nor do I think it should be a part of this program. Now, the way people lift themselves up in this great country, the way I was raised, Madam Chair, is to roll your sleeves up and go to work. Do something, make something, bring home the bacon, as we say in rural Colorado. Go to work. That's how you lift yourself up. As a matter of fact, more than one person in the household can go to work. Those dependents can go to work. As a matter of fact, Madam Chair, each dependent, if they go to work after school, could far exceed the $35 a day that's being asked of this social program. Excuse me, a week. A week. I've had daughters, teenage daughters, that have worked at McDonald's part-time. 16, 17, 18-year-old. Soon as they got a driver's license, go to work. Go lift yourself up, girls. Put some money in your pocket. Learn how you can live the American dream. Go to work. Now, you bring some legislation like that, I'll get behind it. But to create another program at the burden of business, I don't think so. This is the right amendment for this piece of legislation. The people in my district don't like this. Create some incentives for people to go to work. Do things that help people lift themselves up. That's the kind of help and the kind of programs we need to be focused on in this chamber. Not burdening, yet again, burdening the business sector with more mandates to support more social programs. I would ask the bill sponsors, where did this come from? Were the families clamoring for more funds from the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund? And oh, by the way, Colorado, and to the bill sponsors, there are hundreds of thousands of jobs that are available and unfilled right now in this state. The unemployment rate is 3.1%. That's low. And we still can't fill all the jobs. But we want to create this program to encourage people not to go out and hustle and go get a job because they're out there. You see signs all over businesses, help wanted. But when you're on the government gravy, why do you need to go out and find a meal? If there's no incentive as you raise these benefits, why do people want to go to work? They're waiting for the check from Uncle Sugar. This is real, Colorado. This is real, bill sponsors. We don't like these type of programs that create more benefits that incentivize people not to work because they're waiting for that check. This does not help Colorado lift itself up. This does not help people lift themselves up. It creates more dependency and more people in the dependent class. And that is a problem. So I'm in support of this amendment 110%. 110%.
The question before us is Amendment L16. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment L16, please say yes. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1078? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1078. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1133 until tomorrow.
That bill will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I lay over House Bill 1240 until tomorrow.
1240 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1252.
House Bill 1252 by Representatives Leader and Kipp concerning the implementation of measures to advance thermal energy service.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Bill 1252 and the committee report.
Committee of the whole.
To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our committee, we amended the bill slightly to make some clarifications and to ensure that the rates will not be passed on to consumers.
The question before us is the passage of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Energy and Environment Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a balm to share with you, to serve with you, I should say, as the chair. Thank you.
Back at you. Thank you.
Colleagues, this bill will allow Coloradans to get access to reliable, affordable, and carbon-free heating and cooling by allowing gas utilities to employ proven thermal heat technology. This technology makes use of excess heat from buildings in the winter and cool temperatures from the ground in the summer to heat and cool nearby homes, schools, and businesses. If this sounds far-fetched, you may not know that technology is already used throughout Colorado, including at CSU Moby Arena, the Colorado Mesa University campus, History Colorado, the Fort Garland Museum, the entire campus of the National Western Stock Show, and even this very building, the Colorado State Capitol, which we have tours set up for that. See my aide, Jenny, if you'd like to go on one. Good bill, vote yes.
Representative Kipp.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Geothermal energy is a technology that we need to use to basically create free, inexpensive energy for consumers in Colorado. This bill will move us forward in that effort, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1252, Representative Bottoms?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also did want to mention, somebody mentioned to me they thought I was being smart aleck when I said I couldn't hear you, but I really couldn't. I wasn't being smart aleck there. So, I do have some questions on this. I understand the concept, and I don't think it's a bad concept. I struggle with some of the stuff in the bill, but I would ask if one of the sponsors wouldn't mind just kind of explaining a little bit about how, I know the concept of thermal energy, but how does this work in coordination with your bill? Shane, you're saying we believe it does this, and I think there's some disconnect with the way I understand that this works. So if you don't mind, maybe just briefly explaining how you think the thermal energy works and how it's going to be the most effective.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, our bill expands the ability for gas utilities to offer this service across Colorado. Imagine being able to keep your building at a comfortable temperature year-round and a steady, low cost. By switching to thermal heat, sometimes also known as geothermal, your gas utility bill will both be able to provide this service but also reduce emissions in the process. Also giving gas utilities the ability to do this well with building owners being able to move away from natural gas if they choose. And our bill is a win for customers, it's a win for workers, and it's a win for our environment, and it's a win for the utilities. So again, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Kipp.
It also tweaks an existing grant program, so no additional dollars. It's just tweaking the program to make it work better. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Made sure, go ahead.
Representative Leader.
We made sure that the amendment was not being able to bill back to the customers.
Representative Bottoms.
Okay, so yes, I don't disagree with any of that. What I'm saying is how is this thermal energy, how does the utilities take this and utilize this? I understand the what of it, that it does do this, but how? How is this a little bit of the from ground to building? How does that happen if we know a little bit about that?
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Geothermal has been a part of my life for over 20 years now. We use geothermal in Switzerland in our production facility, and how it works is fairly straightforward. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. During the summer, you utilize the water below the surface of the ground, which is constant at a temperature in the mid-50s. And it's used and pumped through a system that creates a cooling system that requires pumps and fans for the purposes of cooling. And it's all based around that water temperature below the surface to be able to do that. During the winter, we did this in Switzerland. We were not doing, and by the way, we do it from a water standpoint today in geothermal We do it today at Colorado Mesa University, and there's been a bill on this to allow them to expand upon that. In Europe, we did this on manufacturing in our manufacturing facility. We captured the heat loss from our equipment. That heat was in fact then cleaned, and then through a series of pumps, heated apartment buildings that were within a 1 and 2 block area of our production facility, which again is sustainable. It is a loss within our company because that heat just evaporates type of situation. So we not only heated our facilities during the winter, which were very large, we also, the excess we were pumping into adjacent apartment buildings. So I know this, I've oversimplified it by a lot, but this technology works, both from a cooling and a heating standpoint, and the return on investment is incredible. So I thank the sponsors for bringing this forward. It does take a substantial amount of pipes in the ground to get enough water during the summer for the geothermal, and that's your big cost up front, the drilling and setting that infrastructure in place.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my colleague. This is a great bill. We always talk about all of the above energy policy, and geothermal needs to be part of that conversation. There's some great research and technologies that are advancing. But the one part that I really wanted to point out that I really enjoyed, and I know the sponsors are talking, but I wanted to say how much I appreciated the provision about local governments or campuses that develops and operates these thermal energy networks, that they can own and manage them, and they're not considered a public utility, and they're not subject to regulation by that commission. I think that's incredibly important for local governments, that they have the ability and the flexibility to develop these technologies without being regulated like as a public utility, because that's not their intent. So just wanted to say thank you for that language. It's a good way to do it, and really appreciate it. Thanks.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just, this is just a geekery kind of amendment. I am for geothermal. I'm a big fan. I built an entire house that was passively geothermal. Didn't get to live in it because the bank stole it. But it's a great house made out of concrete. So geothermal is I think it's a great way forward for us. I am a little concerned with our gifts, grants, and donations, and why we need 0.3 FTE to promote something that is a win for industry, because I think industry should be able to. I think more.
Can we have you move your amendment, please?
Yes, ma'am. So this is around page 2. The use of gas to heat and cool heat water is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state. Shifting end uses to non-emitting thermal energy can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the buildings. So I just don't think that's scientifically accurate, so I'd like to move L004 to HB 1252 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just puts things into perspective. This just try to put things into proper perspective with what we're doing with our energy policy, because we've gone down this path of vilifying carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is, according to the physics chair of Princeton, or at least the chair emeritus. Can't remember his exact title, but carbon dioxide is not only a trace gas, but it is a bit player in the climate. So just to be scientifically accurate, carbon dioxide is a trace gas at approximately 4 parts in 10,000, 0.04%. of the dry atmosphere. Water vapor, however, is 50 times more abundant, approximately 5,000%. Approximately 1% of the atmospheric carbon dioxide is anthropogenic, with only 15% of the atmospheric carbon dioxide attributable to the United States. Although that percentage is decreasing as the United States displaces its manufacturing to developing nations using non-clean coal. So I'm just trying to put everything in proper perspective here. So because this is being put into the legislative declaration. Reducing greenhouse gases. Okay. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions will have a negligible effect on climate change because less than 4% of the atmospheric energy is attributable to carbon dioxide, and of that, only 15% of 1% is attributable to the total production of the United States. So these are just basic numbers of basic percentages. So it's not a matter of whether it's political, it's just a matter of whether or not it's true. Okay. So going back to the beginning, it's a trace gas. A lot of people don't realize this. When I taught calculus, when I asked the percentage of the amount of carbon dioxide, because my students were so freaked out about it, they on average, they estimated that the atmosphere was about 40% of carbon dioxide, which is about, let's see, 100%, 1,000%, that's about 10,000% higher than what it actually is. And so when we run these bills, so I'm not against thermal energy. I might be against some of the funding mechanisms here, but I'm not against geothermal. I think it's a great idea. Water vapor is approximately 50 times more abundant, and not only is it more abundant, but it's a more effective greenhouse gas. So the greenhouse gas aspect can't do anything with it. So the carbon dioxide. So if you combine everything, the United States projection into through carbon dioxide, want to just do at least my calculations as confirmed by some of the top Navy weather scientists is a little bit less than 1 part in 10,000. So when we say stuff like the use of gas to heat and cool buildings and to heat water is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state, it's really not true. It might be of gas emissions, but it's not a significant source of greenhouse gas. Because of the greenhouse gas, we are a fraction of a percent of the 3,100 gigatons in the atmosphere. So approximately 1% of the atmospheric carbon dioxide is anthropogenic, with only 15% of the atmospheric carbon dioxide attributable to the United States. Those are just numbers that you can look up in pretty much any source. Although that percentage is decreasing, that 15%, because a lot of the pollutant coal that is going to places like China, which the trade winds bring that pollution over here, which is kind of nonsensical from our standpoint, because they burn non-clean coal. So that percentage is actually decreasing as we ship, as other nations take up our manufacturing, especially in things like green energy. Reducing the greenhouse gases, so C, reducing greenhouse gas emissions will have a negligible effect on climate change because less than 4% of atmospheric energy is attributed to carbon dioxide. Of the total atmospheric energy, you could ask Professor Lindzen or Happer or any of the other ones that I've studied, energy and talked to, is attributable to carbon dioxide, and only 15% of 1% is attributable to the production. That 15% of the 1% is attributable to the United States. So that doesn't mean we shouldn't do geothermal energy. It just means that this is just trying to put the carbon dioxide in proper perspective, and the proper perspective is that the heat energy in the atmosphere as we sense it, and this is something that everybody knows because everybody likes being in Colorado on a 90-degree day instead of Florida or Georgia where it's humid. So the energy in the atmosphere is carried by the water vapor, not by carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide has a very small role to play, so when we say stuff like this, that the use of gas to heat and cool buildings as a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. It's just really not true. And I think it should be, I think our legislative declaration should be an accurate representation of the actual science, and not just something that fear-mongering politicians and media have told us it is. So for scientific accuracy, it has nothing to do with whether thermal energy is good. I like thermal energy, and I think we should promote it. I think it can stand on its own, most likely if we just get out of the way. But I would ask for an aye vote on L004 for scientific accuracy.
Representative Winter.
Actually, I'm going to speak to the bill.
Representative. It's okay if you don't need to say anything if you don't want to.
Madam Chair, I am going to speak to this amendment. We're going to start off this conversation with saying that my colleague that has introduced this amendment, I believe, has been an adjunct faculty member at the Air Force Academy. He teaches high-level mathematics. He's quite learned. Used to fly attack airplanes for the Air Force, A-10 Warthogs, and is very technically savvy. And I respect that about him. So when he brings him an amendment like this, and I wish I had the amendment in front of me, but I don't, so I'm going to use my good eye. He's talking about carbon dioxide as a trace gas. Now, 4 parts in 10,000 in the dry atmosphere. And then he talks about water vapor. I have no idea, Madam Chair, why he's talking about water vapor. But we do go back to carbon dioxide.
It's his jam.
Pardon?
Water vapor is his jam.
Oh, it's his jam. Now you're talking my language. So we've got that, and we got a little bit of jam. And we talk about decreasing the percentage. So in this particular amendment, he wants to clarify this. He also wants to make this statement that reducing greenhouse gases will have a negligible effect on climate change. With a certain percentage there, he's that 4%, he goes back to that. And 15% of 1% total production in the United States. Now, I will tell you, he's right on some of that. But let me tell you where he's wrong, Madam Chair. And this is why I got a little problem with his amendment. And here it is. There are a lot of areas and ways in Colorado that this carbon dioxide gets absorbed, and I don't think we get credit for that. Also, here's another thing that he hasn't thought of, and I know he's a smart fella. He hasn't thought about how many people are moving and how much the population is growing, not only in the state of Colorado, but across the nation. And that's not factored into that. Now, I think, with respect to negligible effects, I would question that, Madam Chair. I'd question that term to my esteemed colleagues. There could be a very slight effect. Some might call it a minimal effect. But everything that happens and everything that's done in humanity does have an effect. Now, Madam Chair, I know you know that I represent a rural district, 7 counties in northeast Colorado. And one of the things that happens is in the summertime, down the South Platte River, and I'm going to get back to how this ties to this amendment in a minute here.
Mosey on back.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. This kind of dark brown cloud starts to move down the river valley, heading towards Nebraska in the summer, and it is pollution. I would imagine that the percentage of carbon dioxide in that flow is greater than these percentages on this amendment. And Madam Chair, that's why I am debating this claim by Representative Graff on this amendment. Because it's clear that it's a larger concentration. I don't think he's taken that into account. He hadn't been out to my district yet, although I'm going to invite him this summer. And if it's July, I'll even show it to him. This is caused by human activity. Traffic stalls, traffic jams, homes, energy production, just human activity. Even the methane from the human population. You know, people want to talk about methane from cattle. Well, that's good to hear, ma'am, because I'm rambling a lot, and I need to do a little less rambling. So with that, I'm going to give up the dais, Madam Chair, and quit talking about all this methane and all this carbon dioxide.
Representative DeGraff.
That was an impressive amount of hot air. Okay. I do stand by my science. The science that carbon dioxide is a trace gas at approximately 4 parts in 10,000 of the dry atmosphere. And of the dry atmosphere is important because it specifically negates water vapor. Water vapor is approximately 50 times more abundant, at least, usually 50 to 100. So 5,000 to 10,000% more. Approximately 1% of the atmospheric carbon dioxide is anthropogenic, that's from humans, conversion of hydrocarbons into carbon dioxide and water, and 15% of that is attributable to the United States, although that percentage is decreasing. Reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, I do stand by, will have a negligible, or as Dr. Happer said, a bit player effect on the climate change because less than 4% of it is. So, but we are going to continue to have that discussion. The sponsor wants to continue the discussion around the atmospheric composition. So in the meantime, I would like to offer an alternate amendment, L005, and ask that it be displayed.
So can you withdraw L004, please?
Yes, ma'am, I would like to.
Or substitute? Substitute.
I would like to substitute L005 by first withdrawing L004. I will substitute L005 in place of L004 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been moved and displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this just goes to the bill, page 2, line 8 after 2030. So page 2, line 8 after 2030, it inserts an and, it just brings an and then page 3, and then so on page 2 again, strike 9 through 13, and that was just what I would consider the problematic language about shifting to non-emitting carbon will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and all that. So that it's a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. So striking that, and then page 3, lines 1 and 2, that it could help with greenhouse gas emissions from building and stabilize energy bills by helping reduce the reliance on gas. So it just gets rid of that, what I would consider problematic language, makes it, I think, more scientifically accurate, so I would ask for an aye vote on L005.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment L5 to House Bill 1252. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment passes. We don't have to do anything with Amendment 4, Robin? We have to do, okay. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm excited to talk about this bill. After speaking to one of the bill sponsors after committee, she made me aware to some of the backstory of this bill. I'm running a bill also about energy study, and part of that study is geothermal. I live, especially in my home county, we found out we sit on a big bunch of geothermal, and it's a good transition of jobs. Although I do support oil and gas 110%, at some point, we're going to be looking at that geothermal in my county and other counties in my district. I think it's important in the all of the above energy plan that we're looking at. Our job is at the end of the day to supply power to the grid, to heat homes. Actually, this Capitol right here is heated by geothermal energy. So those cold days when we came in, it was nice to walk into this warm building. So, I'm excited at the prospects of geothermal. I'm excited at the prospects of many different energy sources that we're talking about. But after speaking to the bill sponsor, after committee, and her explaining some things to me about this, I voted no in committee, but I've changed my vote to a yes vote, and I will be supporting this bill. So let's get behind this geothermal push, and let's find some good paying blue collar jobs. I think it'll be really good for not only my district, but the state of Colorado. So thank you.
Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just a couple of questions that I love the idea, and I'm curious, when it says under Section 3 where it's that gas service companies, they're going to be required to file a clean heat plan. So from a cost-benefit analysis, because to do geothermal, you obviously need the land mass that supports it. So what is the cost-benefit analysis of A, finding that land, doing the development, and then getting that energy to wherever we need it? Where are we looking at for that in a cost-benefit perspective? Thank you.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you. There are many places in Colorado that would like to take advantage of a program like this if we have it. So again, I ask for an aye vote there. We don't have to invent new ones.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1252? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1252 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 17.
Senate Bill 17 by Senator Winter, also Representatives Wilford and Joseph, concerning the addition of qualifying uses of paid sick leave and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 17 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you. In the appropriations yesterday, the committee appropriated $74,927 from the general fund as opposed to the employment support fund, and we asked for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
The question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay. The appropriations report is passed.
The ayes have it.
The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted.
To the bill.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2020, the General Assembly passed the Colorado Healthy Families and Workplace Act. This act requires Colorado employers to provide 1 hour of paid leave per 30 hours work up to 48 hours per year. This requirement took effect January 1st, 2021, and is permanently in effect. Accrued leave is usable for a wide range of health and safety needs, not just COVID-related. The bill before you will expand the usage of leave authorized to include school closures, climate emergencies, and grieving the loss of a loved one.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's so fun to serve with you.
It's equally fun to work with you.
All right. Members, this bill was drafted in order to be responsive to the reality that we're living in a climate emergency. It'll provide allowances for people to take time off to evacuate their home during a major weather event like what we saw during the Marshall Fire. It also will allow for parents and guardians to take time off when their student school is closed for snow days or high heat days like we saw last year that shut down schools across the metro area that don't have central AC. The bill also allows for parents and guardians to take leave on the days that our students can't go to school or daycare is closed because their school is closed for an extenuating circumstance, like a school shooting. This bill also is addressing an equity issue at its root, because we know that women are more likely to be responsible for childcare and work. So this bill is intended to level the playing field a bit for single parents who can't afford childcare outside of their child's school or daycare. The other piece of the bill, as you heard, will allow an employee to take paid sick leave for a funeral or to grieve the loss of a loved one. And with that, we ask for your aye vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to this bill. You know, once again, we are mandating behavior or benefits that businesses should or should not give their employees. I'm speaking for myself as an employer. I think what I find disappointing over and over again is the presumption that business owners don't have the best interests of their employees at heart. And I simply don't believe that's the case. Business owners, why, yes, they are endeavoring to make money, but they are also creating jobs. They're creating jobs, they're creating community, and they are what keeps this society going. They're the restaurant on the corner. They're that retail shop that gave your child their first job. My experience, especially with small business owners, but big businesses as well, is that they want to do the right thing by their employees. And if an employee loses a family member, you know, this is a terrible tragedy. And my experience is most business owners will grant bereavement leave. It's not like they're standing there saying, you can't grieve for your loved one. There is, life is full of uncertainty. Things happen. I find it tragic that we are legislating to the Marshall Fire, which was a horrible thing. It was a horrible thing. It was unprecedented. The Waldo Canyon fire was a horrible thing. But we didn't legislate to it. The Hayman fire was a terrible thing in Douglas County. Paid time off is an employee benefit. It's something that we legislated last year. Again, I wasn't here. I have been fortunate to work for an employer that granted incrementally increasing paid time off commensurate with longevity with the organization. I don't think that's unusual. The move in industry towards doing away with sick leave versus vacation time accrued and having buckets for each one is something that I think is worthy of investigation, because we as a society have progressed so that you can have a common pool of paid time off and you accrue paid time off, and how you use it is up to you. I'm actually a fan of that, because I believe that most business owners trust their employees to use their accrued leave appropriately. But mandating business to behave or to grant benefits for specific situations, and that's what this bill does, is, in my opinion, not the way we should be operating. We should not be mandating that a business behave in a certain way. And so with that, I would like to move Amendment L003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular amendment simply removes the provision. So the bill talks about the use of sick leaves, purposes, and time increments. And included in that is the employee's needs, so may take sick leave, may use accrued sick leave to obtain medical diagnosis, care, or treatment of a mental or physical illness, injury, or health condition, or needs to obtain preventative medical care, or needs to grieve, attend funeral services, or memorial, or deal with financial and legal matters that arise after the death of a family member. So it essentially strikes those particular provisions. And I would ask for an aye vote on this particular amendment.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this particular amendment, and really want to make sure that you all understand what this amendment does. So it would strike the use of paid sick leave for an employee to go and get a mental health diagnosis to address a physical injury or a health condition. Folks, we're talking about employees having time to go and manage the symptoms that they're experiencing. We're talking about employees having time to go and be diagnosed with cancer and get those necessary life-saving treatments that they need. We are talking about striking time for family members to attend funeral services. These are necessary things that workers need to be able to do to live their lives. And to a point that I previously heard from my colleague about small business owners running our economy, yes, small business owners are an important part of our economy, but let's be abundantly clear. You don't have small business owners without workers, and workers deserve to have the flexibility to be able to live their lives the way that they want and need to, which includes being able to address medical emergencies. Again, we ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I 100% agree that employees should have the flexibility to live their life the way they want. What's the biggest impairment to living life the way you want? And that is most likely the regulations and taxes that come out of this body. 29%, almost a third. It's going up because now we figured out how to do unfunded mandates. So, but to speak to specifically to this, this amendment, what my colleague is doing is going back to the original, because the sponsor read over and said that they would not be able to take medical diagnosis, care, or treatment of a mental or physical injury or health or condition, or need to obtain preventive medical coverage care. Those are all part of the original. Those are all part of the original statute from last year. So we're not talking about those. So if you strike Section 4, which is need to grieve, attend to funeral services or a memorial, or deal with financial and legal matters that arise after the death of a family member, those are certainly at the discretion of the employer. But again, this fiscal mandate, very small, is a big ask on employers, and it becomes a big reason not to hire demographics. So it has. So if you, in order to strike this new language, this expansion of the, in order to strike the expansion of the use of sick leave, the bill drafters, which would be lines 12 through 14, so then another line can be added to them next year, and another section can be added the next year. And we'll just keep adding all these new provisions for requirement of paid sick leave. In order to strike Section 4, the bill drafters just have lines 8 through 11 in there because they become irrelevant without Section 4. So the only thing that's going to change, at least my understanding of this, would be the addition, the all caps of what it is. And again, the businesses, small businesses, large businesses, they are not bottomless pits of money. This is not Scrooge McDuck sitting on a pile of gold. These are businesses that are barely hanging on to a very thin margin to remain. So we praise them and we say, wow, small business is the heart of our economy, and then we kick them in the gut whenever we can. Yes, I would love for everybody to be able to take paid leave to grieve, attend a funeral, funeral services, memorial, deal with financial and legal matters that arise after that. I would love for everybody to be able to take leave for that. This is not a matter of desire. This is a matter of, is it right for this body to impose this requirement on our businesses? And to that, I would say if this good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't require a gun. Because ultimately the laws that we pass are enforced with guns. So if you want to give your employees the flexibility, if you want to do all these wonderful things for employees, then I would suggest that this body would do things that exist inside the constitutional framework that is allotted to them, and that is to honor the 5th and 14th Amendment with not depriving people of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, and start unwinding the tax code that is creating the requirement for people to have multiple jobs, which is creating the requirement that they have two jobs, that they have 2 full-time jobs, 2 part-time jobs. It's the tax code. Just think, if we rolled it back to where it was, 1/5, about 1/6 of what it was, you would be giving everybody in this country about a 50% raise. If you instead of paying taxes through month 4, you were done on the first month, Instead of 8 months of instead of 8 months of wages that you got to keep, got to keep 12 months of wages. You would give everybody in the country a 50% raise immediately. You would make business in the country more competitive. So if you want to help people, stop spending their money, leave it in their pockets. If you want them to keep their jobs, allow their jobs to stay where they are. Stop smothering the economy. Stop suffocating it.
To the amendment, Representative DeGraff?
Yes, ma'am. Expanding this benefit, employers can do that. They can allow that. But to put another unfunded mandate on business is putting another pressure on these businesses to leave, or putting another pressure on them where they can no longer maintain, where they can no longer keep the doors open. Then you have all these people who are suddenly not on unpaid leave, they're just unpaid, and they left. Great intentions. The sponsors can certainly start a business and offer these. If we have 50% in this country, in this state that has given this mandate that this is something that should occur, then 50% of the businesses that are owned in the majority party can immediately offer this themselves. They do not require the compulsion of the government to do this. They can do it. They can simply do it. Just because if this is a good idea, if this good intention is a good idea, it doesn't require a gun. Right now, the sponsors are saying this intention, this good intention, is good whether you like it or not, and we are willing to use a gun. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. I don't know that it will eliminate all of the damage of this bill, but it will eliminate a chunk of it. And eliminating at least a little bit of it would help the businesses and get a little bit of that foot off the neck. So I ask for an aye vote for the sake of these businesses remaining in Colorado.
The topic before us is Amendment L003. Representative Bradfield.
I've got to quit. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got to quit coming after such tall people. I come up to the well here today to give my support for this amendment, but I want to talk about what we do in education, or what my school district did for leave. And every person, educator, I will just say every teacher, I'm not going to speak for the classified people, had each year were given 10 days of personal leave. That was, you could do anything with that 10 days that you chose to. You had 10 days. And since I spent quite a few years being staff development and in charge of new teachers to the middle schools, I would tell each new teacher that came in, you have 10 days, use it wisely. If you're a brand new teacher, I guarantee you're going to catch whatever the current flu is going to be and some of the other nuisance illnesses that go through a school district faster than you can snap your fingers. And I said, but otherwise, if the snow is great and you have a friend come into town and you want to go skiing for the day, you've got time to do that. But remember that you only have 10 days, and that when they're gone, they're gone. And invariably, once or twice, I would get down to right around spring break, and I would get a phone call about 4:30 in the morning saying, "I'm so sick, I can't go to school today." Well, hoping that I would be ever so generous and take their classes for the day. I couldn't do that. So I'd say, "I am so sorry, but you need to call in sick, and yes, this probably will be charged against you." But nobody had to tell you what you could take leave for. You could go to a funeral. You could go get married. You could go for a vacation if you wanted to. You could go take your dog to the vet. You could tend to your own medical. You could go to the lawyer. You could have lunch with wine with a friend. It was your days. That was it. I really think adults can figure that out for themselves. And we do not need to put into legislature what they can and cannot do. So I rise in appreciation and approval of this amendment, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment very simply. I think the language up on the screen, I think we're not seeing what this actually does. So I know it says over there 8 through 14, but if you read further into it, it's technically just 12 through 14. So the needs to grieve, attend funeral services or a memorial, or deal with financial and legal matters that arise after the death of a family member, that's the only thing we're asking, or my representative, Frizzell, is asking to remove, strictly because myself as a business owner, very simply, this can already be done. So putting things in the statute, adding on to law, which is law, which is law, which is law, doesn't do anything good for anybody. So I just want to come down here as a business owner myself and say that, very simply, I myself, if there is a problem with one of my employees that need to take time off or anything, I give it to them. As well as, even if somebody is a bad business owner and they don't allow it, anybody can call in and use their sick days and use vacation. This doesn't add anything to the time that somebody can use sick pay or vacation leave. So I'm very confused on this one, where we would need to add in legislation. I think it's very important for all of us to know that this can already happen. And if you read the bill itself, I think it would put something and maybe set a precedence for more things to be done down the line. So please reconsider, take a second to read what it is, because I really think this can be struck. And I appreciate your time.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me to come up and talk about this. This particular amendment to Senate Bill 2317, L003. Now, if I understand it correctly, the exclusion is really page 2, lines 8 through 14. So I'm going to just review that here. And that it's saying that it wants to take this out. The employee needs to obtain a medical diagnosis, care, treatment of a medical or physical illness, injury, or health condition. So it's saying the employer shall allow employee to use these employer accrued paid sick leave to be absent from work when. In this particular amendment here, it says that if you strike that, then you don't need to have any medical diagnosis, care, treatment, mental or physical injury or health condition. Also, on line 11 says needs to obtain preventive medical care. So that would be some type of checkup or some type of doctor's appointment for preventive medicine. And then finally, goes down through 14. So 12 through 14, needs to grieve, attend funeral services or a memorial, or deal with financial and legal matters that arise after the death of a family member. So that's what this amendment is doing. Now, Madam Chair, I really am sensitive to the line 12 through 14, which are bereavement provisions. I don't know, sick leave is for when people are sick. That's the definition. Sick leave. Paid sick leave is to pay, and we passed this legislation recently, to pay people for the leave they accrue for sickness. I think it's important that we understand the reasons these things were created and what the definitions mean. We seem to be straying from that, looking for every angle we can to expand benefits, to expand considerations, and get away from the original intent of legislation. With respect to the bereavement and grievance, you're not sick. It's not sick leave. You're grieving, and it's part of bereavement. So if that's what we're talking about, then there needs to be a special consideration for that, other than trying to use sick leave. Now, I will tell you, in my small businesses, I actually need employees to show up, as all small businesses do. We need employees to show up and go to work so they can do the jobs that they're assigned to do, so they can do their small part to make the larger business move forward in whatever products or services they provide. Now, I'm not going to talk to the bill because it's just to this amendment. But how do you know that employees won't take advantage for paid sick leave, which I think in English still means you're sick and you're taking leave and you want to be paid because of some illness or sickness and nothing else? How do we know people don't take advantage? They don't cheat the system or try to create other conditions that don't fall into this category just so they can be gone from work and still get paid. You see, in the business I'm in, people need to show up and do their jobs. If one person doesn't show up on the team, the other team members have to pick up the slack. That's very hard on the team and frustrating. We need to consider that if we want to support the business world. We want to support small businesses, medium-sized businesses. Large businesses probably have more of a population pool to pick from, so they can adjust more to the scheduling problems. But small businesses and the smallest of businesses, let's say like a little coffee shop. You got two baristas that are coming to work, and now all of a sudden they call in, they're taking sick leave. Is it a medical? Is it not a medical? What is it? Are there any guarantees of that? I don't know what to think about this amendment. Madam Chair, I really don't know what to think about this amendment. I do know one thing, though. And I talked with my colleague from Mesa County and Grand Junction about this. In most cases, for the kind of businesses we're in, from where we come from, if someone has a funeral, a loss in the family, they just go and take care of that. They're excused. There is grace for that, for as many days as you need. We don't need the government to get involved in that negotiation. But now the government's going to get involved by offering these things. In some cases, people have to use some other, if it's going to be extended, and I'll use the military as an example. There was non-chargeable leave and there was chargeable leave. But if you were going to be gone for an extended period of time, you had to fill out the old DA-31. And that was chargeable leave. You were paid, but you lost those days, which is very similar to this. But in no way am I advocating that the civilian system should even consider paralleling the military system. In fact, I think that is a very dangerous comparison, because military life is much different than civilian life, and they should never come together. You see, in the military, we serve in the military to defend democracy, not practice it. And it is a very regimented, top-down, authoritarian system that I would never want my civilian government to parallel. In history, we have a couple examples of that, and I won't speak to World War II and what happened in Nazi Germany.
To the bill, please.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak to that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to speak to that. But getting back to this amendment, I'm really confused. So I'm going to ask the amendment sponsor to give me some clarification on this amendment so I can better understand what this amendment is trying to do to make sure people aren't just trying to find every excuse to get out of work. Like, I need to take my dog to the vet, or I have to do this or I have to do that. That has nothing to do with sick leave, and truly either preventive medicine or medicine that is treating some type of illness.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe we need two podiums. One for short people like me. Thank you so much to my colleagues. I have to first apologize because when I was reading the bill, which I had highlighted, I gave the impression, I believe, that my amendment was intended to eliminate sick leave use for medical diagnoses, cares, treatment of mental, physical illness, injury, or obtaining preventative medical care. And that is not the intent of this amendment, nor is this what this amendment does. Those items are currently in statute and codified, and this is not changing that. It is simply eliminating those items from the bill itself. The only thing that this particular amendment does is eliminates the time allowed using sick leave for need to grieve, attend funeral services or a memorial, deal with financial and legal matters that arise after the death of a family member. Simply because those items have nothing to do with being sick or seeking medical care. Those fall under the auspice of some other paid time off, if available. And I would agree with my good colleague from Akron. Again, what I said earlier about businesses seeking to do the right thing by their employees. They value their employees. They want to make sure that they are taking care of what they need to take care of and doing what they need to do. And that idea of being given grace is a very powerful statement and a very true one. I think that most businesses, the vast majority, have policies and procedures in place around grief leave and how that's to be dealt with, because that's right for that business. The point to this amendment is only that businesses should be allowed to establish benefit policy. That is not up to us here in this building. They should be able to establish policies for themselves that fit their business, their employees, their business model, their customers. That's really important. That's the point of this amendment. And I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment because it violates the intent and purpose of the bill itself. And also, I just wanted to elaborate further on the Colorado Healthy Families and Workplace Act. I heard a few statements made by my colleagues about being sick. There are quite a few different statutory reasons why someone may take sick leave that doesn't just involve their own physical bodies. For instance, it mentioned due to public health or emergency, a public official has ordered closure of the employer's business or the school. So there are other reasons that is not just your physical body that is covered within the bill, that is already in statute. So based on these things, I ask for a no vote at this time. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
I rise in support of the amendment. But before, thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for that. I would like to also respond to Representative Joseph's statement. If it's already in statute, why do we need another bill? And I think we need to think about that. We don't need to be introducing bills with language that are repetitive or duplicates of what's in a bill today. But secondly, as a long-time employer, I really ask you, by way of these bills and amendments, to understand that we will bend over backwards to help our employees. We will literally bend over backwards so that if an individual has a problem from a school standpoint, that their kids, that there's a snow day, the conversation that we will have with our employees is to say, could you make up that time some other time? We work with people. If there's a death, we have a bereavement policy, most of us. You guys may not be aware of that, but most of us put a bereavement policy in our policy manual to help our employees. And this is a bill that quite honestly, folks, hurts at the core because you continue to say we as employers are cold to our employees. That is not a true statement. I would love you to be in my shoes all the years that I led employees. You want your employees to take care of their personal business. You want to give them the flexibility because you want to motivate it on the job. And I think the only way you know that is to have done that. And this bill, inasmuch, says to us, and the amendment is just trying to correct it, that we as employers are some of the worst people that walk the planet. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment as well. I own a small business and I work for a small business. And I believe that it's up to the small business to be able to establish the policy for how that benefits them. Most of you know I'm a physical therapist. My patients rely on me to show up to work every day. I also decided to have 4 children, which was not the fault of my business that I work for, to have to schedule paid leave for all of these things listed. If I'm gone, then my patients aren't being seen. If my patients aren't being seen, then my business, my small business that I work for, cannot collect payment from any of those patients. So they've lost a physical therapist for the day, and their patients have lost the care for that day. And again, I chose to have those children. My small business didn't choose for me to have those children. So I don't think that's fair to the small business owners. I will tell you, or to the small business owners. I will tell you, my kid's school has closed. I will tell you that my kid's school is closed because of weather, different things, and I've had to beg friends to help me. My husband is a laborer, and he can't watch our kids when schools close. There have been times when I've begged friends to keep them. There have been times where I have loaded up my children and taken them to work and put them in my corner room, not even an office, and let them play on an electronic or a DVD player so that I could work and I could show up and I could make my small business profitable. I think there's bereavement care in the state of Colorado that offers up to 40 hours a year. So I don't think that this should be under the paid leave title, and I challenge the bill title because I think that grieve and to attend funeral services is more about bereavement care than paid sick time. Again, I don't think this is fair to the business owners. When I am employed, I take that employment very seriously, as much as I take being a mom to 4 boys. And again, it is my responsibility to make sure they're taken care of. It is not the responsibility of my small business owner. Thank you. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
The topic before us is Amendment L003. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies, I did not reflect earlier that it is an honor to serve with you.
It's an absolute honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we had a nice, healthy debate over the particular portion of this bill that moves bereavement into the realm of sick leave, and there are several other aspects of this bill that have similar intent. With that, I would like to move Amendment L004 and ask that it be properly displayed. Thank you.
Amendment L004 is properly displayed. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular amendment addresses the portion of the bill that moves matters that have candidly nothing to do with anyone being ill. This just speaks to, well, I'll just read it because it's easier to do that than paraphrase. This strikes the language, the employee, that if the employee needs to care for a family member whose school or place of care has been closed due to inclement weather, loss of power, loss of heating, loss of water, or other unexpected occurrence or event that results in the closure of the family member's school or place of care. And so this, of course, as the bill sponsor had reflected in the beginning, talks about if a school is closed because their air conditioning's not working or some other very unusual occurrence. And again, this has nothing to do with anyone being sick. This has to do with essentially an inconvenience in life that sadly occurs far too frequently. But if you are a parent and have your kid's school closed for a snow day, as I frequently have experienced, that's a problem, and you have to deal with it. Again, it's part of life. However, it doesn't fall under the realm of anyone being sick. Speaking from my experience as an employer and a manager, you work with your employee. If they have a kiddo who can't go to school or daycare or whatever, they obviously have to figure something out. I know that in situations like that, I would work with the employees so that they could work from home that day, or they were able to be more, we were flexible, because that's how you tell an employee that they're valued. The presumption that employers do not value their employees is candidly flawed. It's very concerning to me that this body would take the stance that a business owner or the business community in general has such distaste for those that they employ, because that's really what this says. I'm sure that we'll have some other robust conversation around this particular amendment, but I thank you for your attention and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost gave you an upgrade in your job. I almost called you Madam Speaker. So, folks, with this amendment, is not a good one, and I would ask for a no vote. A lot of us with young children and school-age kids can't just magically figure it out when our daycares are closed or our schools are closed because it's too hot and they don't have central AC, or the schools are closed because there's a massive snowstorm and it's not safe to put our kids on the road. This amendment totally strikes to the heart of the bill and what we're trying to do, and I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a request from Madam Majority Leader. I'm supposed to lower the microphone. So let's crosswalk this thing right now. We all are working here in the House of Representatives. We work here from January through the first part of May. That includes the dead of winter. We've had snowstorms where we shut down work here. And guess what? Madam Majority Leader let us work from home. When we have to go do something for our family or our kids, we submit an online report that goes to Madam Majority Leader, and she approves us to go home. I would argue we've got fairly important work here to do, maybe sometimes more than others, but that's a different story. Do you really think that small businesses care any less about our employees than they do here? If all we have to do is get online and say, hey, I need this because I got to go take care of my kid or I got to go to a doctor's appointment, we run it through our respective leadership chains, and it gets approved. And maybe not after today. Good thing I'm already approved for next week. I digress. Don't do that. Businesses are the same ways. Do you really think businesses want unhappy customers? I mean, well, they don't want unhappy customers, but they certainly don't want unhappy employees, because then who's going to do the work? How are they going to make money? We accommodate so we can keep working. And yet, we've got a bill that wants to circumvent that. So this amendment is saying very simply, why, shush, smack him. On the amendment, why would we not want to support this? Why would we not want to do this? If we can get it done here in the chamber, that's all we're asking. I urge an aye vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular amendment addresses lines 22 through 23 on page 2, and then lines 1 through 3 on page 3 of this bill. I keep going back to paid sick leave and the paid sick leave program. An inclement weather day is an inclement weather day. Now, if somebody's sick, I understand. That's paid sick leave. And it's paid. But an inclement weather day, or anything, loss of heat, loss of power, loss of water, other unexpected occurrence. Wait, other unexpected occurrence. Well, that's pretty ambiguous, isn't it? Or event that results in the closure of the family member's school or place of care. There could be a lot of reasons for that. But the real issue is paid sick leave. The employer is paying the employee, but the work's not getting done. As we try to expand paid sick leave benefits, harkens to something previous about expanding coverages. But as we sit here and try to do this, then what comes next? Well, we better have more mandatory sick leave days, because there's not going to be enough time for all these things to get done other than go to work. Because there's so many unexpected occurrences or events that could come up in a person's life. I really have an issue. And once again, we've got another amendment. This particular amendment I actually support. I'm not confused about where I stand on this amendment. If you have these issues, and I know that in some cases there's multi-spousal homes that have more than one person with the children. One of them might have to decide who's going to stay home and take care of that while the other one goes to work. Whichever one has the best condition or situation, or can talk to their employer to try to get some grace, as we say. A lot of times when we have snow days, we don't have employees coming out to the ranch because it's too dangerous. I tell them, stay home. It's not worth the drive. It's too dangerous. Unless you have a 4x4 pickup and some darn good mudslingers. You got some good mudslingers, those mud and snow tires you have to really handle the winters of Colorado, then come on out. But without that, it's not safe. Don't come out. We'll figure it out. But inclement weather, how's that defined? That could be a little shower or a sprinkle. That could be any excuse you could think of not to come to work. There are so many reasons that people in their minds come up with to not go to work. And there are a lot of exceptions that are made, and even in some cases, employees make things up to not have to come to work that aren't even within the boundary of what is allowable and legal. So, as I said earlier, I think that sick leave has its place. But this particular bill goes too far. I know the appropriation is small, but where does it start? I even told, talking to the majority leader, I said, what's next? Are we going to have more sick leave days? Is that the next bill that's going to come, to expand the paid sick leave to add more days because life is so hard? Maybe we ought to make it 180 days. Maybe we ought to have a 3-day work week. Maybe we ought to do more things so Colorado is less productive, so we are less entrepreneurial, so we do things to lessen our output, not increase our output. And I'm going to close with this because I think it's time to wrap up. The greatest generation in this country was the generation post-World War II. They were some of the hardest working, economically focused and driven people in recent history, and they got a lot done. And they increased the level of this nation's output, our gross domestic product, exponentially. And how did they do that, Madam Chair? How did they do that? Well, I guarantee it wasn't trying to find every which way to get out of work and not be at work and not be a productive citizen. They were focused, and they were driven, and they were there. And they worked things out and found solutions to things, and were still on the job. Colorado needs employees to be on the job. Small business needs employees to be on the job, working, creating products and services for customers. And with this type of legislation, with the exception of this amendment, which I think is a good amendment, we are not doing that.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just want to ask for a no vote on this amendment because it violates the intent and purpose of the bill. And also I wanted to note, it is already in statute that paid sick leave must be taken in an hourly increment. Paid sick leave must be made in a manner that doesn't disrupt operation, and reasonable documentation as well for more than 4 days. So there are quite a lot of regulation already in place to ensure that the businesses are operating, or at least taking sick leave is not disrupting someone's business. So with all these reasons, I ask for no vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The amendment L004 is lost. To the bill. Great. Any further discussion on the bill, on Senate Bill 23017? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Senate Bill 23017 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 23058.
Senate Bill 58 by Senators Danielson and Hawkins Lewis, also Representatives Wilford and Young, concerning required disclosures of age-related information on job applications and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Young.
I move Senate Bill 23058 and the business report. Yep.
To the committee report. Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
We did an amendment to our bill based on a request from the Colorado Municipal League and Chambers, which clarifies that an employer may request or require an individual to provide additional application materials, including copies of certifications, transcripts, and other materials created by third parties at the time of initial employment, and the employer will notify the individual that the individual may redact information that identifies their age, date of birth, or dates of attendance at or graduation from an educational institution.
Is there any further discussion of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Representative Taggart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm waiting on a very quick amendment here that hopefully it'll come through.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we wait for this amendment to be drafted, I just wanted to say thank you all so much for coming to Jenny Wilford on second reading day.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 11 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, it has been moved and is displayed now. Tell us about the amendment.
In the original amendment, there are a couple of phrases, one of which is on line 5, which is about other materials created by third parties. Those other materials that could be created by third parties, those third parties could be employment agencies, they could be online application like .com, and they also could be executive search firms. And if you go on to read on line 7, it picks up and it says the employer notifies the individual that the individual may redact information that identifies age. When this information comes through a third party, unsolicited by the employer other than posting a job, they will not have the opportunity to, in fact, give this notification. They just flat won't have that ability to do. So this amendment just strictly says the requirements of this particular subsection do not apply to an individual who voluntarily includes the individual's dates of attendance at or date of graduation from education institutions or dates of employment on other materials submitted to those third parties. I just strictly ask for this clarification because of the fact that there are fines associated with this particular bill. And if individuals send to third parties their information, of which some of that could be a resume, with those particular dates, I do not think we want to be fining an employer for something they don't have any control of other than they have listed their job either online or through an employment agency. And I just ask for this just to clarify and make it simple for an employer. Thank you. And I ask you to vote aye on this amendment.
Representative Wilford, and before you get into that, Representative Wilford, Representative Taggart, you might want to check your spelling of your name on that amendment there. You might have to get that one fixed. Anyway, Representative Wilford. Representative Togero.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the representative from Grand Junction. I do appreciate that we've been having this ongoing conversation. Members, I am going to ask for your no vote on this particular amendment, and here's why. Representative Young and I spent quite a bit of time negotiating this language with the Colorado Municipal League. It was very important that they be able to request transcripts as well as other certifications from individuals on the front end during an application process. We recognized that this is a valuable and an important piece in an application process, but wanted to ensure that people, in particular applicants for a job, understood that they could redact their birth date as well as their graduation dates from the materials that were being asked of them. And so in the bill, we state that. This amendment would strike that language and would completely open up the application process on the front end to those very important details, which we're trying to maintain because we're trying to give older adults, and for that matter, young adults as well, every opportunity, every bite at the apple to be considered in a job application process. So with that, I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Madam Majority Leader. Okay, the committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lay Senate Bill 58. I'd like to actually move it down to after Senate Bill 99.
All right, seeing no objection, Senate Bill 58 will be laid over one bill. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 58. Is that right? Senate Bill 99. My apologies, Mr. Shebel.
Senate Bill 99 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Kipp and Frizzell, concerning funding for special education services and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 2399.
All right, tell us about the bill, Representative Kipp.
This is such an awesome bill. I just want everybody in this chamber to know that no matter where you are in Colorado, SB 2399 is going to help the students in your district, because what SB 2399 does is it gives an additional $40 million per year to special education in Colorado. And special education in Colorado has been underfunded for years. We do not fund our special needs students adequately. However, what we have done with Senate Bill 2399 is investing another $44 million into our Tier B students, Tier 2 students, whereas last year we upped what we pay for our Tier 1 students. And basically what this means is that we are, as a state, as a schools, obligated to properly serve every student in our schools. This will make it easier, because so many times when our federal government is only paying 16 to 17 cents on the dollar for all the money that they have to put into special education, and where the state has not been ponying up enough, the school districts bring that out into their general fund. So for every student, whether you're a special needs student or not, this will help you. And so because of that, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I, too, am so excited to bring this bill before this chamber today. It is a great bill. When we were in committee, I spoke about how I only need to look across the street from my house to see why this is so important. I have two special needs kids who live across the street from me who are in the Douglas County School District. And you know, this has been, their involvement in Douglas County Schools has been great for them, great for their families, and we just need to make sure that all children are receiving the services and the education that they need. So please vote yes on this bill.
Seeing no more discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 99. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Okay.
Senate Bill 99 is adopted. What are we at now? 58? We'll stand in a brief recess. All right, we'll come back to order. Oop. Yep. Oh, the committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lay over Senate Bill 58 till after House Bill 1288.
Seeing no objection, that bill will be laid over, and we will. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 58. Oh, House Bill 1288.
House Bill 1288 by Representatives McCluskey and Amable, also Senator Roberts, concerning fair access to insurance coverage for persons unable to obtain insurance coverage for their real property.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1288 and the committee report from State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we did bring a number of amendments in State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs to better align with the hopes of our insurance industry partners in developing a fair insurance plan for the state. The committee report goes through a number of the changes that we made. We made changes to the board, a board consisting of 9 individuals, 5 of whom now will come from the insurance industry. That was important to our partners. We made a number of changes, and I won't remember them all. Also to the role of our commissioner and the cap on the property value. We moved it from $1 million to $750,000. And certainly, again, trying to align with some of the concerns we had heard from stakeholders, I ask for your support of the committee report.
Representative Amable.
Oh, I don't need to.
Oh, okay. The question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
No,
Representative DeGraff. It was late.
I was confused. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heard this bill. There's a lot I like about it, a lot of good ideas, some language clarification, some questions I wanted to ask, so I prepared some amendments around it so I can so we can have the discussion and everybody can be clear on what is going on. I did discard a few. I hope the bill sponsors are okay with that. Okay. All right. First, I would like to move L019 to HB 1288 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L019 is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you. All right. Because of the way everything is written, this is a little bit confusing. But if you go to page 4, line 11, then what it does is it just blocks out the paragraph starting in line 11. All member insurers are and remain members of the association as a condition of each member's authority to transact insurance business in this state. So when I read that, I thought that was a little bit heavy-handed. That all insurers are and remain members of the association as a condition of each member's authority to transact. And I just wanted to make sure that that participation in this would not be a barrier or a threat to insurers operating in this state.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate Representative DeGraff bringing this amendment and concern to us earlier. We were able to speak with insurance industry partners, and we talked about how the FAIR plans that are set up in other states really do establish this foundational baseline to create stability in the market so that all insurance companies that are participating in that state, operating in a state, are also members of the FAIR plan. That's to make sure that the playing field is kept level and so that all companies are treated equally. We would urge a no vote on this amendment.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 019. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The amendment is lost. To the committee report. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to skip a couple numbers here and ask that L023 move L023 and ask that it be properly displayed. And then ultimately on this is on page...
1 second, Representative DeGraff. All right, the amendment is properly displayed.
Okay, so if we
Please
go to the
continue.
committee report on page 3, strikes lines 20 through 22, which is line 9, page 9, line 15, line 18, and line 18. And then we're going to substitute page 9 of the bill, strike, so going now to the bill, strike lines 14 through 19. This committee report stuff gets very confusing. So in the actual bill, page 9, strike 14 through 19, which is assessments against member insurers in the proportion that the premiums received on property insurance lines in this state by each assessed member insurer for the 3 most recent calendar years for which information available bears to the premiums received on the property insurance lines in this state for such calendar years by all assessed insurers. So to me, this looked like we were going to be asking the insurers to pay the fee, and I just mainly had a question around that for the bill sponsors.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You look good up there.
You look good too.
Thank you. Okay, oh, now I'm blushing. We're both blushing. Okay, so this section of the bill and of the committee report deals with the assessments that will be made if the FAIR plan isn't solvent. So we have required that it be actuarially sound, but in any given year, there could be a lot more loss than was anticipated, and the insurers would then be required to pay this assessment. And this is the mechanism by which we fund this FAIR plan. And without it, we wouldn't be able to have the FAIR plan. And so I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L023? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L023 to the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Representative DeGraff. Huh?
Sorry about that. Like I said, the committee report gets, who lowers this thing? All right, so I'd ask that L024 be moved. I move L024 to 1288 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative DeGraff, we're still on Amendment L023.
We
need.
Oh,
yeah, I thought you were
we had
discussing
done 023 and we're done with
Very
that.
good.
Okay.
Okay. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L023. Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L023 is lost. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, now I would like to move L024 to 1288 and ask that it be properly displayed. I think we're getting into something we didn't have a chance to discuss.
The amendment is before us. Please proceed.
I think you went through them all. You did? Okay. Okay, page 4 of the report. So we're going back to page 4 of the report, in this case, and strike lines 1 through 8, and then substitute on page 9 of the bill, strike lines 25 through 27. So this is Sorry, I had this in my iPad. And then on page 10, strike lines 1 through 22. So what this was, if the board fails to submit a suitable plan for operation by 1 July 2024 or fails to timely submit suitable amendments to the plan, the commissioner shall, after notice and a hearing, adopt reasonable rules that are necessary to effectuate the provisions of this Part 18. If the board subsequently submits a suitable plan of operation or suitable amendments, the commissioner shall, promulgating the rules allowing the plan of operation or amendments, supersede the former rules. The commissioner may, at any time, revoke the commissioner's approval of all or any part of the plan of operation if the commissioner determines that the revocation is necessary to carry out the purposes of Part 18. A revocation of all or part of the plan of operation does not affect the validity of any policies executed before the date of revocation. If the commissioner revokes the commissioner's approval of all or any part of the plan of operation, the board shall, within 30 days after the revocation, submit for the commissioner's review an appropriately revised plan of operation or revised plan, part of the plan of operation. If the board fails to do so, or if the commissioner deems the revised plan of operation or revised part of the plan unacceptable, the commissioner shall promulgate rules establishing a plan of operation or a plan of operation that the commissioner deems necessary. So my concern here is overall, to me, it looks like this, the commissioner, which is again the executive branch of the government, that we're putting a little bit too much power in the hands of the executive, and that tends to be abused. And the paragraph just used commissioner a ridiculous number of times. So I would like, I'm just a little confused, I'm just a little concerned here that, so although it is essentially a commercial entity, if you look at the makeup of the body, that the commissioner overall wields too much of a hammer over business in general, over the market. So just ask the sponsors for clarification there. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for raising this issue. We were very focused on balancing the authorities and distribution of power between our insurance partners and the Commissioner of Insurance. If we were to remove this part of the bill and our board failed to come through with a plan of operation, maybe got stuck into some of the decision-making around that plan of operation, then the statute could not be enacted, the plan could not come forward. And we think it is critically important that the FAIR plan be established, the FAIR program be established this year. So this amendment would remove the commissioner's authority to step in and enact this statute. We would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 024. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The amendment is lost. To the committee report. And seeing no further, Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
All right. Now, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we are very excited to bring before you the FAIR plan, the Fair Access to Insurance Requirements plan for the state of Colorado. I live in a part of the state that has experienced significant wildfires in the past few years, And we recognize that the imminent threat of wildfires has created challenges for many property owners when it comes to securing insurance coverage. Many states across the nation provide FAIR plans. States like California and Florida have provided them for property owners, particularly in the face of catastrophe. These plans date back to the 1960s, and 30 different states provide FAIR plans currently. Colorado faces the largest increase in homes and businesses threatened by wildfires and other disasters, and with nearly 1 million properties, or 2/5 of those in our state, facing this risk, we felt it was critically important to bring forward a FAIR plan this year. Our proposal has been well stakeholdered with the Commissioner of Insurance, with industry partners, insurance industry partners, and consumers. I have heard multiple stories from constituents in my district who have had a very challenging time finding property insurance this year. We're committed to making sure that the FAIR plan is run by a quasi-governmental board, a board made up of industry experts, of consumers, that their plan of operation must be driven by actuarially sound premiums, and that we are bringing forward a safety net, an insurance program of last resort in a state that is truly, will continue to face many challenges on both the wildfire and other catastrophe front. So I urge your support of House Bill 1288.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will not repeat what the speaker has already shared with you all, but I didn't run for this seat to work on insurance. I had no idea I was interested in insurance. But in my district, we have been mightily impacted by wildfires, and the issues around insurance have come up over and over and over again. And now we are in a world where people are simply not able to find insurance. Or even if that hasn't happened a lot yet, we can see that that is what is on the horizon. And this bill helps us get out in front of a looming problem so that we will be ready when we need it. And I ask you for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm gonna go easy on the motor here, just a little bit. All right. Just have a couple questions for the sponsor, and in that regard, I would like to move L021 to HB 1288 and ask that it be properly displayed.
1 second, Representative.
I did.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so if you go to page 7, this is to the board members, and term limits is always a bit of a concern thinking here, so I just ask that it be substituted to 3 instead of an unlimited number. It just seems unlimited number of terms that somebody has in any capacity. I don't know what the abuse of that position could be, but term limits certainly mitigate that possibility. So I just ask that it be changed to 3 from unlimited number, just to preclude that possibility.
Representative Amable. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to ask some grace from the bill sponsors. I do think that there should be turnover in these positions. Oftentimes, you need, just like we have term limits in these positions in Colorado, which I'm a big supporter of. I think term limits are a great thing. Brings new people in, brings in some fresh ideas, some fresh blood. So I'm a big supporter of this idea. I don't know the number. I don't know if it's at a 2-year term, but if it's a 2-year term, that would be 6 years for a board member. That may be enough time, and then get somebody new on. But I think if you just leave somebody in a board position indefinitely, then there could be some danger in that. There could be a power base that's created by certain people that now will become institutional members of a board and never leave. And that's some of the things that people in this chamber talk about with respect to, and I don't know how to say this. I really don't know how to say this word. I think I'm going to have to ask for some consultation. So I'm going to go to the speaker and ask her how to say what my thought is while the prime sponsor comes up and talks. Because there's a point I want to make, but I don't want to make it wrong. So I'm going to ask for some guidance.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did discuss this amendment with the insurance industry and who have been helping us with this bill right along. And they asked us not to do this because, believe it or not, this is not a sexy, fun job being on this board. It's actually a lot of work. And the board positions are filled by people who are busy working in their industry. And it is very hard sometimes to fill the positions. And they're very technical positions. So they feel like you get a better board, a more knowledgeable board, and a better working board if you don't have to keep having turnover on the board, and if you can keep the people who you have who are working and doing well. So we ask for a no vote on this.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really going to try to convince the prime sponsors to change their mind. I promise I won't take more than 2 hours to do this. I don't think they heard that.
Thank you.
So, oftentimes what happens, and I did ask the speaker for some guidance on how to say this, and she and I came to an agreement. Oftentimes when you have people that stay on boards for an extended period of time, you create an institutional power base that almost becomes immovable. Now, with respect to setting this up, if you're worried about filling the board seats and you want to create some longevity, there's got to be a way that's not indefinite, because indefinite is like forever. You might say that certain members of the board serve 1 term or 2 terms or 3 terms, and it rotates. It rotates based on the year that that term is acquired. So it creates conditions that avoid this institutional power base. Now, for many people that don't like the systems that we've had in place in so many institutions in government, and you want change, you clamor for change, this is actually a way, and it's a good idea to try to create some of that change. Now, I'm not here to tell you how to do it. I think this amendment allows for 3 terms, but maybe they're offset. So, for example, to the bill sponsors, maybe there's 10 people on the board, and 4 of those people serve a 6-year term, 4 of those people serve a 3-year term, and 2 of the people serve a 1-year or 2-year term or some variation thereof, that creates some offset that still over time creates some institutional change and some new people coming in to help create a board that represents more the demographic and isn't just the same people year after year after year after year for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Because most of these people that get on these boards, many of them are retired or semi-retired, and they're looking for something to do. and they'll stay on these boards as long as time will let them. So I come with a request. It's sincere. I'm trying to help, and I'm trying to be honest as I can about the concerns with respect to this amendment. So I'm going to ask for a yes vote on this amendment, or ask for the bill sponsors to come up with a better variation of a plan that would allow for what I am trying to avoid. And I see some heads going up and down, so there might be some promise.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the amendment. I do think it is pretty reasonable. And really, to address some of the different ways that my previous colleague was describing this, really all you have to do, I've helped a lot of boards start over the years, and I always encourage any board, it doesn't matter what it's for, I always encourage them to have term limits for lots of reasons. There are some negatives to term limits, but the positives always outweigh the negatives. But the easiest way to do a term limit thing and make sure you have turnover and consistency without redundancy in that turnover is just have your first run of boards be different years, and then after that everything is the same. But I do strongly think that this is a very reasonable amendment and should be considered. It's just best. It's best for everybody involved if you have some term limits and some time turnover within the board. So I also urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 021. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no.
Oh, we're going to run a substitute.
No, the amendment is lost.
Oh, okay.
To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to run this down. Page 12, line 8. I would like to move L025 to L201288. Page 12, strike lines 8
One
through...
second.
Oh, sorry.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Okay, enforcement. This kind of goes to the position of the commissioner against suspension or revocation of certificate authority fines. After notice and hearing, the commissioner may suspend or revoke the certificate of authority to transact insurance business. And that the commissioner may suspend or revoke authority to transact insurance business in the state of any member insurer that fails to timely pay a fee or comply with the plan of operation. As an alternative suspension or revocation of the certificate of authority as described in subsection of this section, the commissioner may impose a fine on any member insurer that fails to timely pay a fee. So this was just more the fees, the commissioner's authority, and it might be just something that it just seemed a little heavy-handed on the commissioner, but I would like to ask the sponsor just for clarification on that, because I would grant that it might be just something I'm missing in the overall regulatory structure of the insurance.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think this, again, is an amendment that we talked to the industry folks about. And I know it sounds like enforcement is somehow punitive to the industry, which is getting the enforcement action. But in fact, this is something they want because it helps to level the playing field and to make sure that everybody is playing by the same rules. And that is very important to them in our setting up this FAIR plan, because they want the FAIR plan to be fair. And so I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L025. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Amendment L025 is lost. Representative Parenti to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I just wanted to make a couple of quick remarks on this bill at the well. I am supportive of the bill overall. I do have some concerns on behalf of my district about an issue of the bill that we're not quite covering fully, which is not denial of insurance, but the overpricing of insurance to the point where people can no longer afford it. And I do understand that this is a slightly separate issue, but we also might push more insurance companies towards that as a result of this bill. I will share with you my personal experiences. When I went to renew my insurance policy this past year, they upped my insurance from $3,000 to $12,000 a year. $12,000 a year for a front range home basic insurance policy. So that forced me to have to go to the market, gather a whole bunch of new policies. That's a luxury I have that a lot of working families don't have, to be able to do that research and find that new insurance provider. And I want to make sure that we are thinking about working families and their ability to just stay in their homes as we look at changes to the insurance policy. And I just wanted to make those remarks, and I thank you for your attention.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative, really hear your concern. I think just as we have seen rising insurance costs in our healthcare system, we now see rising insurance costs in our home and property markets, and it is incredibly challenging. I know in my community, I hear from so many of my constituents who are just deeply concerned about being able to afford those products they can find. We do know that with a fair plan, it can be a basic amount of property insurance. We have put the cap of $750,000 on the program, but people can layer insurance products on top of that. So there is a way, if they are unable to find any other insurance, by getting the fair plan, they may be able to get other insurance at that would help build upon this as a base and hopefully still maintain the affordability. But we hear your concern.
Is there Representative DeGraff? On the bill, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the comments, I think those are perfectly valid, and it's just another indication of what the impact of the decisions that this body makes. And in this case, the insurance prices have tripled. Well, it's not going to be directly and only to the energy policy that we do, but when we cause energy policy and energy prices of high-density energy like natural gas to double and triple, your lumber prices are going to go up, your food prices are going to go up, basically everything is going to triple that depends on energy. Things that depend on energy are lumber, food, plastics, metals, transportation. Everything that involves motion is going to triple in price, double and triple in price, or have some impact because of the energy prices. Now, my colleague was obviously hit with a massive bill. Well, there's also inflation. And that really gets us to the heart of this bill, because why did so many of the insurance companies go out of business? Why did so many of them drop the coverage? Why did so many people all of a sudden find themselves inadequately insured? Well, so many people found themselves inadequately insured because the housing prices had gone up. Right now, if I want to get a new electrical box to have my house fit, say for an electric vehicle, I'd be looking at a 6-month backlog. That 6-month backlog is based on the policies that are created in this building, namely energy. Because everything that happens in this country, everything that happens in life depends on energy. It depends on motion. And there is just no way around that. And the most efficient way to deal with that is with high-density energy sources, not low-density energy sources that tend to start fires and all that. So on this bill, I'm not going to present them as amendments, but they are things that I think we should consider. And that is page 2, lines 10 and 11. It says the impacts of climate change have resulted in increasing frequency of natural disasters in Colorado. And that is not true. That is scientifically not true. Flipping through some work by Dr. Art Robinson. As the Earth recovers from the Little Ice Age, the Earth's surface temperature has risen at a rate of 1 degree Fahrenheit per century. Sea level has been rising for 150 years. Human carbon output has increased more than 6-fold. The number of violent hurricanes that have made landfall has not increased. Tornadoes have decreased from 50 to
Representative
fewer
DeGraff,
than
please
40.
keep your comments to the bill.
So this is talking about the climate change of it resulting in increasing frequency of natural disasters. So if we're going to say that the increasing frequency of natural disasters is causing these problems and that's due to climate change, then that is to the bill. Rainfall has stayed the same. Tornadoes have decreased. Here's the problem. Our forests have increased by 60% in 65 years. So since about the time that we started tracking carbon dioxide, our forests have increased 60%. So why are we having all these fires? Well, our forestry issues have been neglected ideologically. That we've cut down on our forestry. We've cut down on being able to cull those. So I think it to be accurate, we should say that the atmospheric carbon dioxide has increased. That's true. And it has increased and has resulted in a 50 to 60% increase in tree mass, which is due to inadequate forestry, has resulted in forest fires, excuse me. And then if we went to page 3, line 6, so I'm not disagreeing that we need this bill. There's something that it here, but some of the language in here that I would strike and it'd say that the government-imposed catastrophes of COVID lockdowns and intentionally inflated fuel costs have resulted in rampant inflation and supply chain backlogs, which have driven up the building costs and therefore left people underinsured. So this gets to why we need this bill, because we didn't need the bill before all these things happened. Additionally, the restrictions based on non-science criteria have made it difficult for homeowners to mitigate these damages. We had this in Black Forest. Families were not allowed to mitigate the forest fire dangers around their house because somebody determined that all the trees were necessary. Well, when those forest fires went up, when the fire came through, then they swept through and those trees were burned and the houses were destroyed. Is it ready? Okay, bring it. So those are just some language. I think we need to be accurate. Unfortunately, the bill is not in that regard, not catastrophically, but I think we do need to be accurate and place blame where blame is due, and most of the blame for these problems lie in the legislation.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we're going to let Rep. DeGraff has another amendment to run. And
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just comes from...
1 second, Representative DeGraff.
I will.
Oh, could you move your amendment, Representative DeGraff?
I move. So I appreciate the discussion earlier, and I appreciate the sponsors listening. And so I would like to move L028 to Bill 1288 and ask that it be displayed properly.
L028 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
And this would just take an unlimited number of, and in discussion with the bill sponsors, that we They agreed to 4. And so that takes it out of that status range of unlimited, and I think it keeps that expertise that the sponsors so eloquently stated is required for this position. Personally, I think it's a good compromise. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just would like to share with the group that based on the robust discussion and the eloquent reasoning that we heard from both representatives from Akron and our representative from Colorado Springs, that we have agreed that this is a good amendment, and we urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L028. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment L028 is adopted. All right. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1288? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1288 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. House Bill 1288 as amended is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the remainder of the special orders calendar until later today.
Seeing no objection, the rest of the calendar will be laid over until later today. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
You got it.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the special orders calendar will be laid over until later today, and the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1078 is amended, 1252 is amended, 1288 is amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 12 is amended, 17 is amended, 39 is amended, 99, 151 is amended, 204 and 206 passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 58 as amended laid over until April 19th, 2023. House Bill 1133, 1240, 1270, and Senate Bill 60 laid over until April 20th, 2023.
Representative Lindstedt. Members, there are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Herod excused. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 15 no, and 13 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be made special orders at 2:47 p.m. House Bill 1081, House Bill 1247, Senate Bill 6, 87, 94, and 163. Yes, Madam Speaker, that those bills be added to the special orders calendar.
Seeing no objection, the bills the Majority Leader just identified will be added to the special orders calendar at 2:47 p.m. Representative Amabile, I could not find you in the crowd. Thank you. Seeing no objection, the House will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration, for the continuation of consideration of special orders. Representative Amabile will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move to lay over.
Okay.
The whole hoopla.
I am sorry. Thank you, Robin. Let's see. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is definitely relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 58 to the end of the special orders calendar.
That bill has been moved to the end of the special orders calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1081.
House Bill 1081 by Representatives Lindstedt and Taggart, also Senator Henriksen, concerning the expansion of the tax credit for conversion costs for employee business ownership.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you look good up there.
Thank you. You look good too.
I move House Bill 1081 and the Finance Committee report.
So moved. Yes, go ahead.
Finance Committee report? Yeah.
To the committee report.
In Finance Committee, Madam Chair, we expanded the types of alternative equity structures that this tax credit would apply to, and changed some of the programming guardrails from OEDIT staff. So I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report to 1081. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Taggart. Representative Lindstedt.
You go. He's got it.
Thank you,
I thought we
Madam
were
Chair.
taking turns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor and a privilege to serve with you.
It's an honor and privilege to serve with you.
You may not think this after today, but that's okay.
All right, well, maybe we can hold judgment.
This bill is a very straightforward approach to something that many of us face that own and run businesses. And that is, we build those businesses with a hope and desire, if we have children, that those children at some point would like to take over the business. But in fact, in many cases, that does not happen. And the best group of individuals then to buy a company that have given us all of their energies, that have helped us build it to a successful business, are our employees. And this bill, but before I say that, to in fact do that transaction, there are significant legal and accounting expenses. And depending upon the type of ownership that we're going to put in place for the employees, this bill approaches the easiest approach to it, which could be co-ops, to an employee ownership, which can get fairly expensive. And it gives very modest tax credits to encourage those people that have helped us so much in building the business have the opportunity to buy that business from us as employers. And I would ask you for an aye on this. This is a very good transaction as compared to having a third party come in and buy it and not honor all of the work that our employees have done on our behalf. Thank you.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, that's a proper motion. And your amendment is displayed. Go ahead and tell us about it.
Thank you, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Lindstedt.
This amendment came to us from OEdit program staff. We added these alternate equity structures in Finance Committee, and this just adds some additional guardrails and a floor and some additional definitions from federal legislation to the bill at their request. So technical cleanup. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, is there discussion of Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this bill is really, really important to our state. We are leading the country in terms of employee ownership, and this expansion of this tax credit will continue to make sure that Colorado does so. So I ask for an aye vote. It's a really, really important piece of legislation for us to remain competitive across the country.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1081? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1081 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted.
Very good job.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1247.
House Bill 1247 by Representatives Lukens and Winter, also Senators Roberts and Pelton R., concerning a requirement that the Colorado Energy Office conduct studies to assess advanced energy solutions in rural Colorado.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee report, and I have an amendment to the committee report.
Okay, so you want to move your bill, and then
Okay.
you want to move the two committee reports, the Appropriations Committee report and the Energy and Environment report.
Okay, I move the Appropriations Committee report.
You can just move them all.
Okay, and I move the Energy and Environment Committee report.
And the bill.
And the bill. And House Bill 1247.
Okay, beautiful. Let's talk about the amendment, the Appropriations report. Is there any, would you like to tell us about the Appropriations report, committee report?
We were successful in the Appropriations Committee.
Is there a further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Committee report, Representative Lukens.
How do I do the amendment? I move Amendment L006 to the Energy and Environment Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion, and your amendment is displayed. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After talking to a few more groups on this bill, we were asked to include disproportionately impacted communities in the study, and so this amendment does exactly that, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion of Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Oh, no, we got to pass the, do you have any other amendments?
In the bill, not the committee.
Okay, so the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment. Okay, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The Energy and Environment Committee report as amended is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that I am very proud to be working on with my good colleague from the other exact opposite side of the state. I represent Northwest Colorado. He represents Southeast Colorado. We both represent coal transitioning communities. And in representing our coal transitioning communities, it's imperative that we support our communities' culture and economics. And this bill does exactly that. This is a study bill that will study economic economic opportunities in energy. We are looking at the strengths and weaknesses of many different types of energy sources in order to provide direction for our coal-impacted communities that we represent.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really excited to work on this bill with my colleague from Northeast Colorado. What's exciting about this is it is a study bill. It's a jobs bill. We're looking to replace good-paying blue-collar jobs in both of our areas. It's also a bill looking at energy study and helping shoring up the grid to make sure we can keep the lights on in Colorado. It's exciting. We're looking at transmission. We're looking at so many different types of energy and the all-above energy approach that we're looking to fill in this state. So a vote for this bill is a vote for good-paying blue-collar jobs and keeping the lights on. Thank you.
Representative Lukens.
I move Amendment L002 to House Bill 1247 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. And that's a proper motion, and your amendment is displayed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just wanted to add further clarification to the bill that the Office of the Just Transition would receive the study results, and we ask for an aye vote.
Okay, is there further discussion of L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003 to House Bill 1247 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, that's a proper motion, and your amendment is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We wanted to ensure that wind and solar is also included in the study. As we are looking at the strengths and weaknesses of all energy options in our coal transitioning communities, we ask for a yes vote on L003.
Is there further discussion of L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion of House Bill 1247? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good bill. Vote yes.
Okay. Is there further discussion of House Bill 1247? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill. Okay, Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I gotta jump up and down a little bit more.
You were sitting there, but it didn't look like you were getting ready to talk.
I was just being patient. But thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say how excited I am for this bill. I've done a lot of work. Colorado Springs is a Tier 2 coal-impacted community. I've done a lot of work in Northwest Colorado and Southeast on different energy sources. Having nuclear and all sorts of other hydrogen exploration is good for all of the above energy policy, and I'm really excited to see what statewide impacts this study bill will have. So really appreciate the bill sponsors for bringing this forward. I think it's a great bill for Colorado. Thank you.
Okay, let's try that again. Is there further discussion of House Bill 1247? Representative Holtorf.
Just a quick note of clarification for my good colleague from Southeast Colorado. I'm the representative from Northeast Colorado, for the record.
Okay, Representative Winter.
Good bill. Vote yes.
Okay, I think the third time is going to be the charm here. Is there further discussion of House Bill 1247? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1247 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1247 as amended is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 6.
Senate Bill 6 by Senators Robertson Rich, also Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning the creation of the Rural Opportunity Office in the Office of Economic Development and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 006 on second reading, and I have the appropriations report, please.
Okay, I don't have an appropriations report.
Just to the bill? All right.
To the
Here
bill.
we go. They gave me money, by the way, so I'm happy. Yes, so this is a great bill for rural Colorado. Not everybody in rural Colorado when you work in the government there, has opportunities to access so many offices in Denver and around the state. So this is kind of a one-stop shopping for government entities in rural Colorado. My fellow representative from Montrose is here somewhere. He's out, actually, but he absolutely would say, good bill, vote yes on this.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was asked to come and speak for our ranking member and vice chair of the Ag Committee on the importance of this bill to rural Colorado. As Representative McLaughlin stated, it does allow for networking opportunities, and it is something that is good for the state. So I would encourage us to support it 100%.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this bill. It was nice to see in testimony a commissioner from Prowers County was talking about how beneficial this bill is. It's good for southeastern Colorado. It's good for all rural Colorado. Thanks for bringing this. I urge a yes vote.
Okay, is there further discussion of Senate Bill 6? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 6. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 6 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 87.
Senate Bill 87 by Senators Marchman and Baisley, also Representatives Kipp and Wilson, concerning creation of a teacher degree apprenticeship program as an alternative route to teacher licensure and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 2387.
Okay. Would you like to talk about your bill? Yes, Representative Kipp.
Yes, so what we have here is we have a bill that provides people with a path to becoming teachers as apprentices as opposed to a normal traditional pathway. And the reason we have this is, well, for one, Colorado has had a teacher shortage since before the pandemic. The pandemic clearly has made it worse. And one of the things we have, particularly in rural communities, is a difficulty getting people into the classroom to work with kids. And we have a lot of people in our classrooms called paraprofessionals. And those are people who are in classrooms working with kids, helping with their day-to-day needs, but they're not licensed teachers. What we are doing here is we are giving pathways to people, for instance, who are paraprofessionals to become licensed teachers and others. But specifically, we think that's going to really help boost our workforce because we have a couple of ways to do that. If you have somebody who is in the classroom and they don't have to quit their job to go back to school and stop earning money while they are trying to get that certificate to come back into the classroom so they can be a licensed teacher and earn more money and then fulfill that role that is desperately needed in Colorado, we think it's a win-win situation. So I really urge an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think my co-sponsor explained it really well. This keeps employees in the classroom while still working towards their licensure. This helps with the holes in our staffing currently. So I ask for an aye vote also.
Okay, is there further discussion of Senate Bill 87? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 87 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Senate Bill 94 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Okay, so moved. So I've moved it. Just like that. Okay, Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Will and Mullick, also Representatives Judah and Lynch, concerning the classification of certain employees of the Division of Parks and Wildlife who are certified by the Peace Officer Standard and Training Board as state troopers for the purpose of determining Public Employees Retirement Association service retirement eligibility and benefits and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 163 in the appropriations report.
Okay, there is no appropriations report.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill, I think it's a great bill, and I love this because I am an avid fly fisher, and I have had to lean on our Parks and Wildlife troopers before, so it extends the definition of a state trooper in its current form for purposes of para to include our peace officers standard, and training, or post certified parks and wildlife officers.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am an avid fly fisherman as well that refuses to share my special spots with this representative.
I'll get it.
But this is a great bill because this puts the classification of our DPW guys in with state troopers. It's kind of a modified way of saying thank you to these guys that are doing a lot of the same job that those state troopers do. This just puts them in that same category for retirement purposes as well. And I would urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion of Senate Bill 163? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 163. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 163 is adopted.
Let's change spots.
Okay, so we're going to go to, so Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 58.
Senate Bill 58 by Senators Danielson and Hawkins Lewis, also Representatives Wilford and Young, concerning required disclosures of age-related information on job applications and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Okay, and we're back to the bill. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We need to move the business report again. Okay, good.
Okay,
Can he withdraw it?
The committee will stand in a brief recess.
So, Rep. Taggart, we're back to 58. You had offered that amendment 11, but you moved it right, but we never acted on it. So, my understanding is you want to withdraw it? No, we don't want to withdraw. So we need to
Oh, we misunderstood.
The House will come back to order. We are on the committee report. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Withdraw.
I move again Amendment L11 to SB 58.
Okay, that sounds like a proper motion.
Sorry. And I ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay.
Do you want me to go through it again? Do you want me to go through it again?
L11 has been properly moved and is displayed. And would you like to tell us about your amendment?
This amendment just is an amendment to the committee report. And in the committee report, an employer needs to notify a prospective employee, an applicant, that they may, in fact, remove their dates of graduation in particular on other documents. This clarifies that by saying that in those other documents that are in fact submitted to third parties without necessarily notification to the employer, that that prospective employee has sent these in advance to one of these third parties, that they are exempt from any type of doing anything wrong. And I ask for an aye on this, a yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, I would ask for a no vote again on this amendment. The bill, as it already stands, only looks at allowing employees to redact their birthday or their graduation date on documents like certificates, transcripts from an educational institution, or other documents, which could include other courses taken, it could include other certifications, any other necessary and relevant information that an employer may need to know that an employee has completed to demonstrate that they do in fact have the qualifications to fulfill the job in which they're applying for. So we believe that the language within the bill is sufficient, and it was very carefully negotiated with the Colorado Municipal League as well as the Colorado Chamber. So again, I would respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L011? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No! The amendment is lost. To the committee report. Is there Representative Young?
There is no further discussion on the committee report.
Okay. Is there further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Young.
Madam Chair, this is an important bill for equity and inclusion for older Coloradans in the job application process. This bill creates a fair playing field for all workers by ensuring that applicants are judged on their merits and qualifications instead of their age. And we frequently think of this as applying to older Coloradans. It also applies to younger Coloradans. Age discrimination is a real problem. Studies from AARP show that the problem was significant before the pandemic and has only grown since. Age discrimination is also more likely to impact older women and people of color. Currently, employers regularly ask age-related questions like birth and graduation dates on applications. According to a survey by AARP, 44% of respondents who had applied or interviewed for a job were asked to provide this information on applications. Important information, 41% of hiring managers say including graduate dates on resumes makes them more likely to engage in age-biased behavior. I urge and I vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Older adults have a tremendous amount of experience, and job discrimination goes both ways. In fact, it impacts both older adults and young folks too. That's exactly why we're bringing this bill. On the initial application, employers will be allowed to ask applicants to attest to the fact that they meet and can provide proof of minimum qualifications and age requirements. This can also include physical qualifications for the job. The language for this bill was intentionally crafted to ensure minimal regulations for businesses. The bill doesn't change who an employer can hire or change allowable qualifications. It doesn't create long-term undue burdens on employers. Instead, it simply requires a one-time removal of questions regarding dates of attendance at an educational institution, birth dates, or dates of graduation. This bill will go a long way into helping to level the playing field and ensuring that Colorado is able to take full advantage of the wealth of knowledge that our workers have and share every day. And with that, we would ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You look pretty good up there.
Okay, you look pretty good too.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Young stud over there doesn't get all the credit. I do have an objection to this legislation, and I'm going to approach this from a little different angle. So we talk about wanting transparency. Transparency in government, transparency in the things that we do and who we are. With respect to elected officials, you want to know full disclosure, transparency. So I think employers also want transparency. When they get into this arrangement where they're bringing somebody on their team, offering them employment that includes oftentimes many benefits, in an arrangement that requires team effort, they also want transparency. I, as an employer, want to know who I'm hiring. And there's some things I want to know about certain people in certain positions. And as an employer, I think I should have that right. The employee and the prospective employees should be transparent in who they are, what their job experience is, where they were educated, the times they were in education, the times they were employed, and their age. Now, I know the proponents of this legislation are worried about discrimination. There may be some element of that out there. But I'll tell you, many jobs require certain skills that need certain levels of education and certain maturity levels. This is where it could get a little interesting, but I'm going to assure you we're not going to get that interesting today, although I could talk a lot about the inexperience of youth and the lack of knowledge and institutional knowledge or understanding in certain things. I could correlate that to the cattle business and the cattle feeding business and farming, and why it takes decades to learn how to do the things that old farmers do. Decades. But I'm not going to talk about that right now, Madam Chair. I'm going to talk about how there are some serious issues under this title, Job Application Fairness Act. But I'll tell you, there's one part of this party that it's not fair to. I don't think. As a small business employer, it's not fair to me. Straight up. Because I need to know if that young person got out of high school. I maybe need to know if they went to a trade school. Let's say I'm looking for welding and maintenance. I need to know if they went to welding and maintenance school and when they went, and if they were certified. I need to know their age. I'd even like to know their marital status. So with my housing provisions that I provide my employees, which housing option is going to be best for them? The 3-bedroom or the 1-bedroom housing unit that's a benefit of employment. There's certain things that employers need to know, and we continue to walk down this road of trying to mask, or as they say in the intelligence world for my counterintelligence brethren over here, they try to redact certain things about a person. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. And truly, if you want a job and you're serious about the job, you have to have full disclosure. And here's where this is going to hurt people, because I've thought this through a little bit. Let's say you know a person that's a friend of yours and he runs a hiring service. Let's say that he runs an executive level hiring service and he does that on a consultant basis. Let's say that he has, and this is a true story in my past, let's say this person has a long list of clients that have job opportunities all over the United States of America and maybe even internationally. Do you think that as you go and apply this, what you want to call the Job Application Fairness Act, and mask or redact information or allow for this, that you're going to give that person the highest opportunity to get that job if they want to follow this law? When an employer or a committee, a hiring committee to hire jobs at some of the highest levels of employment or mid-grade levels of employment are looking at the applications and their masked data in some of those? Well, ladies and gentlemen, with Senate Bill 23058, you have just done that person a disservice. Because now you have put them in a position of disadvantage. And that is true, and it is real. I'm not making it up. And that's why you need to think about the unintended consequences of those things you do as you try to promote the agendas that you try to promote. So I will be a no.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll go back to being an employer for a moment. I would like to tell you that applicants are honest in what they put on an application, and they are honest in every other documentation they give us. But there is a large percentage of individuals that don't tell us the truth on applications, and certainly don't tell us the truth on resumes. We don't have it to go any further than a congressman out of New York State right now that did that. I promise I won't. So one of the things, and I think, again, we've got to give credit to people that run companies. We don't want to do anything that has to do with age discrimination. We do not. There are federal laws under age discrimination, and I'll correct my colleague that from a federal standpoint, we can't ask you whether you're married or not. That's a question we cannot ask as employers, amongst many other things. But in this particular case, if I'm looking for a chemical engineer, and that chemical, one of my applicants or my applicants have put down that they went to, I can't say the name of universities, can I?
Go for it.
I can? They went to some of the finest engineering schools in the country. Rochester Institute of Technology, MIT, Cal Poly, Clarkson. And they say that I got my undergraduate chemical engineering degree there, and I've got a master's of science in engineering from another school. I, in today's world, have to be able to verify that. Not from an age standpoint, but I've got to verify that. And guess what? One of the first questions, if I'm calling a registrar's office to gain that information, they're going to say, Mr. Taggart, do you know what year that person graduated to help us narrow this search, especially if it's a large university? We need to be able to do that, folks. And we shouldn't be fined for trying to get that information. And we wouldn't have to do that if applicants across the board were honest about their backgrounds. But unfortunately, they're not in all cases. And we've got to be able to verify that information. It's a waste of our time as employers in our HR departments, but we have to do it. It is not for the purpose of age discrimination, as this bill would indicate. It is for the purpose of verifying the truthfulness of the information that an applicant provided to us. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of Senate Bill 58? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 58. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 58, as amended, is adopted. Okay, now. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 94. Thank you.
Senate Bill 94 by Senators Lundin and Zenzinger, also Representatives Wilson and Lukens, concerning the creation of a task force to report on measures to improve school transportation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 2394 and the Education Committee report.
Okay. To the committee report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Education Committee, we added a few clarification amendments that that were brought forward as further conversation with varying stakeholders, just to make sure that the task force was as inclusive as possible.
Is there further discussion of the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 2394 has been a lot of hard work to create a task force that focuses on school transportation. We have a lot of gaps within school transportation throughout the state, and this task force is designed to study school transportation across the state. I am a rural legislator, and we especially have a lot of issues with school transportation in our rural areas, but you see here that we have a rural colleague with a urban colleague working together to address these issues using this task force that a lot of education groups have been working together on the stakeholding to create this task force to address this issue and best support our students.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L17 to Senate Bill 94 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, and your amendment is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we wanted to ensure that this study includes recommendations regarding transportation that does not exacerbate the marginalization of communities through separation. So we wanted to be as cognizant as possible that we are being forward-thinking with transportation and as inclusive as possible, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L017 Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L017. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L017 is adopted. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L18 to Senate Bill 94 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And that is properly displayed. Go ahead.
This amendment is further clarification on the dates that the task force will take place. We worked on this with the Colorado Department of Education and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L018 is adopted. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L19 to Senate Bill 94 and ask that it be properly displayed.
This seems like one of my bills. L19 is properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We worked on this amendment with many of our colleagues. This amendment ensures that one of the parent or guardians on the task force their student is in a school district where the majority of students enrolled in the district identify as a minority, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion of L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L019 is adopted. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bottom line is that the current school district transportation system leaves too many children without a ride to school or to their off-school grounds activities. The pandemic exacerbated this situation and has increased the urgency to address school transportation. This task force will be the first step in a larger long-term solution, and I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 2394, which will get the conversation started soon to improve school transportation for the kids.
Is there further discussion of Senate Bill 94? The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 94 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 94 as amended is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following touch bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1081 is amended, 1247 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 658 is amended, 8794 is amended, 163 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Amable. You have heard the motion. There is one amendment at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Taggart amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Taggart moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart Amendment, L11, to Senate Bill 58, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 58 is amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
You may proceed.
Ask that it be properly displayed.
It is. You may proceed.
I'd just like to remind folks why this amendment is so important. In the amendment of the Business Affairs and Labor, I'll quote this line: "The employer notifies the individual," that being the applicant, "that the individual may redact information that identifies their age, date of birth, or dates of attendance at or graduation from an educational institution." Now, I will again state, we do not ask for date of birth. And so I have absolutely no problem with date of birth. But I ask that everybody consider this amendment, and I'll read it and then talk about it. The requirements of subsection 3B of this section do not apply to an individual who voluntarily includes the individual dates of attendance at or date of graduation from educational institutions, or dates of employment on other materials submitted to a third party, that being an executive search firm, employment agency, or online job search platform. What I just tried to describe to the sponsors of this bill, unsuccessfully, very unsuccessfully, is that these other materials with information about graduation, which are the ones that are in the bill, I fully acknowledge that the experience dates are not in there. And are of no problem. But those graduation dates can be submitted voluntarily to third parties. And let me give you an example again. An individual that's looking for a job may use, in this particular case, can I say the name of the company?
Yes.
To monster.com, they submit their resume to monster.com and say, would you be so kind to match this up with jobs that may be in my area? I'm, as an employer at that point, not able to tell that potential employee, that applicant, I'm not able to say to them, you don't have to give them the dates. They initiated the action. They could do that same thing with a local employment agency. But I, as an employer, are now held accountable because those dates are on those documents. I've made a mistake that I had nothing to do with, absolutely nothing to do with. And I'm subjected potentially, if I get those types of resumes, and I know we don't want to use the word resumes, but that's one of those documents. I'm now held accountable if those resumes have not redacted those dates. And I'm subject to fines for something that an applicant started, and they have every right to do that, but I'm held accountable. With all due respect, that is not unfair to an employer. I understand that employers shouldn't discriminate, and I'll be the first to say we don't discriminate. But we cannot be held accountable for what an applicant has submitted to an agency, an employment agency, on their own behalf. And this is not against a job posting. That's what I keep being told. Rick, in the job posting, you could say not to give this information. This person has sent it specifically to an online and an in-person employment agency to see what jobs are out there that they might qualify for. This is important. We cannot fine employers for something they had nothing to do with. And again, I will stress, this has nothing to do with a job posting. I understand in a job posting that we should put, according to this bill, I don't happen to agree with it, but we should put, according to this bill, that you may redact that information. This isn't that circumstance. And I would ask for an aye vote on this. Let's be fair to employers. They didn't initiate this action. An applicant initiated this action. Thank you.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Representative Taggart for his passion and his deep interest in this bill. And we've really benefited from the discussions. But I'm going to urge a no vote once again because this bill is not impacted by resumes, and it is only about job applications, those initial job applications. So I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the wall, Representative Morrow, how do you vote? Representative Morrow, if you can hear me, how do you vote on this Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Charbini and Woodrow are excused. Please close the machine. With 14 aye, 33 no, and 18 excused, the Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole fails. That concludes the amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which brings us to the report itself. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Basenecker is excused. Please close the machine. With 33 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 19 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we have a couple reports that we're going to read, but our business here is done for the day, so you may leave at your leisure. And we will do announcements in one moment. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, April 20th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The order of Education Committee has changed for tomorrow. We will do 1239, 1291, 202, 007, and 205. Thank you.
Thank you. Report from Delayed Bill Committee.
Memorandum report from the Senate House Committee.
The report of the Delayed Bill Committee will be reported in the Journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed Senate Bill 83.
Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, the Senate has passed on
Message
third
from the
reading.
Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without
Message
comment.
from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the House recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.